Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Hello, hello. This is Jake Light, Gaming Lawyer at your service. We're once again back with another stream today. I hope everyone is doing well. I hope Melon over here, right now, that you are doing well. So congratulations for being the first. And yeah, I wish I could say I'm feeling better, but still I'm still like full of, you know, the stuff. Full of the stuff that is still inside of me. And I just tested again today, and the bars, there's still some visible line over the you know, the testing kit. So I'm still not in the clear, and I still need to be quarantined and such. Even though I slept really long today. I slept like almost 12 hours, or exactly 12 hours. I don't know. I guess sleeping it won't exactly help me in this case. But yes, as you can hear, my voice is still like very stuffed, and you know, maybe it's a good thing for some people. Maybe people like that, but I do need to still control. You know, I would probably still cough here and there, so do mind to take note of that. But yes, I hope everyone's doing good. Hope we are having a good morning, a good afternoon, a good evening, and a good night. If you're going to be sleeping soon, hope you have a good rest, and see you when I see you. Brother Rain, hope we get out of the quarantine soon. I do hope so as well. I'm getting sick of, you know, cooped up in a room for almost a week now. Or exactly a week, or more than a week now. It's gonna be 2 weeks if it is going to go on, and I'm going to be spending my Chinese New Year sick as well. Got sick too, but just a regular cold. I'm feeling better now and got flight later. Ooh, good, very good. The good thing is just a common cold. But yeah, but I am gradually getting back my taste buds. I feel like that. Yesterday I ate something, and I think 40%, I can taste 40% of the things I'm tasting right now. But yeah, the problem is still heavily on the soreness of my throat, which I guess is in relation to the phlegms, the coughs and such. But other than that, nothing. I feel like I should be recovering much faster at this current condition, but no, apparently not. Maybe I just have to like really get it out of my system somehow. But yeah, today will be a chill day. I won't be doing a legal investigation, but I will be doing something similar, which is to read through a tabletop RPG quickstarter called Fabula Ultima. Press Start. The title of the book is called Press Start. We'll be looking into that in a short while, but before that, finally getting back to Duolingo and getting back to French lessons. Back in the last minute, got to drive in 2 hours and a half. Oof, that's a long journey. Just remember to drink a lot of water, rest, and have a clean environment. Well, environment is as clean as it can be. It's just full of the stuff. Probably bad ventilation, but I do hope the winds and such sucks out all the virus out of the room. In any case, let's move here. Wait, I do need to do this first. Hello, Hello, I make pickles. Welcome to the stream. And so, apologies if I'm not energetic, although I'm never energetic in my streams. I'm sick with the COVID. So let's move on over here. You can hear it? Yes, you definitely can hear it. A sick person's voice is very hard to hide. In any case, I still do hope people are able to enjoy his stream, even though I'm feeling like this. But yeah, I should. Thank you, Melon. It's a special Chinese New Year shirt for the entire month. I'll be wearing. Also, yeah, I think I'll have to do some Duolingo. It's been more than a week already since the last time I practiced some French. Hopefully it's not too rusty. Tu achètes des vêtements? Are you going to buy clothes? Are you buying clothes?
Deux vaches et un cheval. Deux vaches et un cheval. Vache.
Deux vaches et un cheval. 2 cows and 1 horse. They are Canadian.
Ils
sont
Canadiens.
Je dois trouver les toilettes, c'est important.
Je dois trouver. I need to find the toilet. It is important. I need to, or I have to. I have to find the restroom. It is important. Je dois trouver les toilettes. C'est important. A cow. Une vache.
Tu viens d'Europe?
Are you from Europe? Do you come from Europe?
Où est ma vache?
Où est ma vache? Where is my cow?
Vache.
Le pain et le fromage.
Le pain et le fromage. The bread and the cheese.
Tu achètes des fleurs? Habite. Achète.
Achète. Are you going to buy flour? Are you buying flour?
Tu achètes un sac?
Tu achètes un sac? Un sac? Un sac. Are you buying a bag?
Tu achètes un
No,
pantalon?
it's not a bag. Or something's work. Something I said.
Tu achètes un pantalon? Habite. Achète.
Tu achètes un pantalon?
C'est une ville dangereuse.
C'est une ville dangereuse. This is a it's a dangerous city. Oh. What? Oosh, sorry about that. My wife brought me food. Okay, that's back. Are you buying a bag?
Tu achètes un sac.
Le vin et le fromage.
The wine and cheese.
viens d'Espagne?
Tu viens d'Espagne? Are you from Spain? Do you come from Spain? Near the school. What's near? I totally forgot. What's near? Where? Where? Près de l'école? L'école? De l'école.
Tu achètes un sac?
Are you buying a bag? Près de l'école. Alright. Let me drink some. Hope everyone had a nice meal though. I haven't had breakfast yet, but probably after this French lessons I'll grab my lunch. My life right now is more or less very dependent on other people. Like seriously, I'm only having 2 meals a day, and the meals are dependent if my family is free. I'm at the mercy of their control. Hey, Grim Cypress! Hello, welcome back. It's been a while. So what is this counter? Does this mean I have like the owl, the premium thing? I think I do. That's the case. Let's utilize it. Unlimited. Oh no. Is it? No. Why is this? Oh, never mind then. This is just a promotion for me to get it for cheaper price. Yeah, I've been forgetting to check Twitch source. No problem. I haven't been around for like almost a week. Because you know, I caught the COVID. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. And haven't been able to stream around this time as well.
Danser.
Danser.
Vite.
Vite.
Chouette. Le. Mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle. Also, do let me know if the music is too loud. D'habitude, je me brosse les dents dans la salle de bain.
Valise.
Valise. Suitcase.
Cheveux.
Cheveux. Hair.
Lundi.
Monday.
Mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle.
Livre.
Livre. Tu te brosses les cheveux. Do you brush your hair?
Rouge.
Rouge. Rouge.
Tôt.
Tôt.
Je.
Moi.
Ah. Moi.
Je.
Vent.
Vent.
Je me regarde dans le miroir. Me.
I look at myself in the mirror.
Quel temps fait-il?
Oh. Let the coughing begin. Might not be a good idea to stream, but you know, I have to do this. This is what I do for a living now. I wish for it to be done as a living. Quel temps fait-il?
Quel?
What's the weather like? Okay. D'habitude, je me réveille tard.
Il fait beau en août.
It's nice out in August. Is it nice out in August? Il fait beau en août.
Les nuages sont gris.
Les nuages sont gris. The clouds are gray.
Grand. Gris.
I have a mirror.
Je ai un miroir. Il fait trop froid aujourd'hui.
Oh, il fait froid. Trop froid aujourd'hui. It's too cold
Je
today.
me réveille avant toi.
Mais je me réveille avant toi. I wake up after you. Before you. Il fait trop froid. Pour aller dehors. To go outside.
D'habitude, il prend un bain le matin.
Usually, I take a bath. I take a bath in the morning. He takes a bath in the morning. All right. Is it going to snow? It's give you the what? I don't know. What's snow again? It's, neige. Yeah. Neige. It's give
Que fais-tu le soir?
Que fais-tu le soir? Que fais-tu le soir? How is the weather, or how is it in the? How are you in the evening, or what are you doing?
Que.
What are you doing in the evening? Oh man, it's been a while. What do you do in the evening? Que fais-tu le soir?
Vous faites quoi maintenant? Cette fête.
Vous faites quoi maintenant? What are you doing now?
Quoi?
Quoi? What?
Mot de passe.
Oh, the past.
Jeudi.
Password. Jeudi.
Jeudi.
Thursday.
Très.
Très. Very.
Il.
Il neige beaucoup en décembre.
December. Oops, that's a typo. Today the sky is blue. Aujourd'hui, les nuages est bleu. Le ciel est bleu. The sky is not the clouds. Le ciel. Aujourd'hui, le ciel est bleu.
Il fait quel temps en octobre?
Il fait quel. Okay. How? I have no idea. What's the weather like in October? Il fait quel temps en octobre?
Fille.
Fille.
Du.
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 Faire.
Faire.
Père.
Faire. Wait, what?
Père.
Faire.
Japonais.
Japonais.
Octobre. Novembre.
Royaux.
Wahyu.
Royaux.
Aujourd'hui, c'est le 14 juillet. En juillet et août, c'est le 23 adulte. C'est les vacances et il fait très chaud. Aujourd'hui, c'est l'hiver. Le temps est en vacances. Il fait 3. Non. Le temps est en vacances.
Et.
Avant.
Avant, before.
Le.
Mais. But.
Français.
Français.
Homme.
Alice habite au Royaume-Uni. Et plus souvent, mais elle est contente. Elle n'est pas trop le soleil. RuneScape music? This is not RuneScape music, I think. It's Zelda. Yeah, right? I think it's Zelda. Because it says Zelda. Yeah, it's supposed to be Zelda. Zora's Domain. Anyhow, let's go back here. Alice habite à Royaume-Uni. Alice lives in the UK. It rains often. Il pleut souvent. Mais elle est contente. But she is happy. Elle n'est pas trop le soleil. She does not like a lot. She does not like the sun. Pourquoi Alice est contente? Elle préfère les nuages. Il pleut au printemps. I have no idea how to pronounce this. Okay. Il pleut au printemps. Aujourd'hui, le ciel est bleu.
Il fait quel temps en octobre?
Quel temps en octobre? Continue. Let's wrap it up.
Elle se réveille à 8h15.
Elle se réveille à 8h15. Ouais, quoi?
Elle se réveille à 8h15.
Eka. She wakes up at 8 o'clock or 8 o'clock past a quarter past 8.
Est-ce qu'il neige beaucoup au Royaume-Uni? Neige.
Neige beaucoup au Royaume-Uni. Does it snow a lot in the UK? No, it
Je
doesn't.
me brosse les cheveux.
Brosse les cheveux. Rains a lot. Il pleut souvent, beaucoup. Il pleut beaucoup.
Il fait beau, mais il fait froid. Mais.
Mais il fait 3. It is nice out, but... Oh! What? Jazz! It's been a while, Jazz. You're learning. Aren't you supposed to learn from, Carton? He is the actual French VTuber. I'm not actually, I might be super wrong.
Fait. Il fait beau, mais il fait froid. Mais.
May, il fait froid. It's cold. It's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, I'm not sure how far you have not been catching my streams, but I haven't been streaming regularly for for almost a week now
Il
because
fait beau.
I caught the COVID. But yeah, you probably know about that in Twitter because you follow me on Twitter.
Il fait beau.
Il fait beau. It snows a lot in December. Also, yeah. I'm very stuffy. My nose is very stuffy, as you can hear from my voice. Does it sound good? Does it sound very ASMR, or it's just weird? I just want when you hear someone sick, would you like that sounds nice, or you just maybe this guy should get some rest? Yes, I sound sick. I just visited a candy wrapper, aka the lolly shop. Okay, and spent $40 on it. I overspent. Wow, you bought $40 worth of candy. That's a lot. I don't mind hearing someone sick. And drinks, I see. Still, that's quite a bit of money spent on a single shop. Snows a lot in December. You know, beaucoup on December. Il neige.
Je me regarde dans mon petit miroir.
I look at myself in my mirror, in my small mirror, in my little mirror, okay. Je me regarde dans mon petit miroir. For me, if I listen to people who are sick and they are streaming, I'll just like, you should go and rest, go and take some rest and sleep, Don't do work, don't do anything, just continue resting. But I've been resting for too long. I can't continue resting for too long. 1 day, 2 days is fine, but it's been a week. It's been a goddamn week, and I need to do things. As a VTuber, as a full-time VTuber, this is not sustainable. That be too. To
hydrate.
I will hydrate. That. Sorry, I was just popping in, but I'm definitely catch up the next stream, unless it's at the same time as Cartoon stream. Well, Cartoon streams at night, so most likely it won't clash. Well, my night time. Let me blow my nose as well. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, man. Anyhow, let's continue. I always wake up late. Je me réveille toujours tard.
Il se regarde dans le miroir.
Il se regarde dans le miroir. They are looking at themselves. They look at themselves in the mirror.
Cuisine.
Cuisine. Kitchen.
Bain.
Bah.
Beaucoup de.
Beaucoup de. A lot of.
Prix.
Price.
8.
Il neige beaucoup en décembre. Alright. Do I do more? Nah, it's a 6 lesson thing. We'll do for now. Alright, 3 lessons is good enough. Oh boy. Okay. I guess I'll have some my food now. Alright, if you people don't mind, just listen to the music and me eating. But I might as well like open up the thing now. Alright, so I'll be reading some TTRPG book. For this one, they don't call it TTRPG, they call it TTJRPG. Fabula Ultima. Food. And rice. Chicken rice. Has anything that's it, right? Has anything been exciting happening with y'all or with the world? I feel like it's a lot of things has calmed down compared to last year. I don't know. I can taste about 50 or 60% like that right now. My taste buds is gradually coming back, so that's a good thing. Oh yeah, this past week, since I can't do anything, I was like binge watching anime. And not a lot of good animes around, unfortunately. But somehow even like bad animes, I will like watch it for its entirety. This might be a hot take, but I just finished Fire Force. It's not a good anime. I mean, I guess for adults, for people like me who watched a lot of shonen kinds of anime, it's not something I can really enjoy very much. Like all these fighting animes and powering up because of friendship, because of love, because of whatever principles they have. It kind of gets really stale. You know, I watched that solely because of the visuals, the animation, the story. But there are some nice twists in the story, of course, which reminded once I finished, I was like, did I just watch some sort of like a cosmic horror anime again? Because a lot of anime, a lot of stories like has this like cosmic horror theme hidden behind it. Behind all these cute characters or cool characters or wholesome stories, there's always like oh man, cosmic horror things you see you go insane, or unknown aliens or monsters that are from another world, blah blah blah. Hmm. It does seem like the AI war is still ongoing. Right now, I'm seeing posts about Adobe forcing people to or opt in their content to teach AI or something. I haven't been vocal about it because a lot of people are sharing it. And I think most people would understand the rights and wrongs about using AI without me adding more into the conversation. Let me just put this up here. I'm a very slow eater. Ooh. Sauce just dropped on the chair.
Thanks for following.
Thank you for the follow. Tiramisu. Hello. Sorry, I'm currently eating right now. Thank you, follow. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Oh my goodness. I was just random. But how are you today, Tiramisu? Also, I'm guessing name is like a pun for tiramisu, which I like. It's a type of cake I like. Though I would prefer fruit cakes or velvet cakes. I'm guessing you like dessert and stuff. And I see that you're a VTuber as well. So might as well give you a follow as well. It's okay, I just finished. I need to just... Oh boy. Give me 5 minutes. Actually not much of a cake guy for dessert. I like ice cream more. Oh. Ice cream. I'm not over much. I'm not an ice cream guy. If anything, I would prefer cake over ice cream, or at least ice cream that is together with something else, like maybe like waffles, perhaps. Thanks for the follow. No problem. No problem. Well, in a big VTuber community, it's a good thing to help each other, you know? Ice cream waffle sounds amazing. It is amazing. But it's very expensive. to get a decent one is expensive. Okay. Let me do that. To go and grab some lozenges as well. Sorry if I'm like flying all around as I move. But yeah, if you would like to, you know, talk about yourself and such, Tiramisu, it's welcome. Right? I like to learn a bit about everyone who comes by here, and I totally understand, you know, VTubers. If like you do like the part of your life is VTuber, or you're doing VTuber as a full-time. Inevitably, you have to like talk about things that involve streaming and such. Also, hello Zarya, long time no see. Are you doing good? Are you doing well? Also, don't mind me if I sound sick. You know, I'm recovering. I'm doing well, and just every time, the problem with COVID right now, I think one of the things that I'm having trouble is when I eat or after I ate any meal, it's slightly exhausting for me. It's tiring for me somehow. I have like I breathe heavily after having a meal. It's like I did some sort of exercise. I'm fine, just done with other stuff. Ooh, nice. Well, it's in the morning, I think. I'm guessing it's a productive day for you. I'm quite new to VTubing, but I'm a full-time uni student, right? I see. Well, you are old, it's fine, I've only started VTubing about February last year. Not too long, almost a year, but not too long. But if you have any questions you might like to ask, whether it's about VTubing or legal questions otherwise, feel free to do so. I'm pretty sure it's not really apparent right now, but my shtick, as you can say it, I'm a lawyer, VTuber lawyer, also a real-life lawyer as well. So if you have any questions like legal issues or things that you worry about, you can ask me as well. I'll try my best to answer them. But yeah, doing this full time, so a lot of things like in terms of how to do streaming, how to make content, how to network with people. I'm pretty familiar with it. I hope so. Anyhow, let's close this up. Right, so today supposedly I'm going to be reading through a TTA JRPG book. Alright, it's gonna be hopefully it's gonna be not too bad. It's going to be interesting to read it through for you all. Amazing. 08 interests me to your stream. Oh, I see. You're a friend of Aiden then. That's good. Because we've known each other for some time already. Although we just knew each other last year, but we've been quick friends. So yeah, if you know Aiden, you have no problem here. We just met too. I see. We both Aiden and myself are Malaysian VTubers. Though we aren't I mean, at least for me, Aiden is very focused on the Malaysian VTuber community. I myself, I have my own community. I do that. I don't really focus on local or global or anything like that. It's just people come by if we or I reach out to people. If we are a match, we'll get along well no matter where we are from. So anyways, we'll be talking about this JRPG called Fabula Ultima. It's basically a tabletop Japanese role-playing game, in a sense that we have the traditional Dungeons and Dragons mechanics and stuff in terms of playing this game, but adding into all those Final Fantasy, Bravely Default, Fire Emblem, all those kind of games. Maybe not Fire Emblem, but RPG stuff, JRPG stuff into the games like Dungeons and Dragons. Right, so this is not a actual game, not a video game, not a mobile game. I think it is a tabletop game, and if people do not know, I'll just read through this first page, all right, of this book. It's basically, if you want to start playing this game called Fabula Ultima, this is the book that you'll be reading through. It's free, of course, and if you want the link for it, you can just let me know and I'll share the link. So Fabula Ultima Okay, let's just zoom in here. Fabula Ultima is a tabletop role-playing game for TT or TTRPG designed to recreate the wondrous worlds, characters, and stories seen in console video games such as Bravely Default series, Kingdom Hearts, Octopath Traveler, and the legendary Final Fantasy series, also known as Japanese console role-playing games and often abbreviated to JRPGs. Right, so this is the game thing. You can imagine it, if for people that do not know what's TTRPG, you can imagine it as board games, right? You play board games, you play Monopoly, you play probably Catan. What else? What other popular games there are? There are fantasy games, board games as well. I can't remember the names. But they all have. They are so basically TTRPG is like that, except there's like the rules are more of a up to your interpretation, up to how much of it you want to incorporate into it. It's very flexible. TTRPGs are very flexible, and the main purpose or main fun of this sort of game is you are able to how to say, progress the story however you like, and also with whatever character that you like, right? There's no specific main characters that you have to use like JRPGs. Like you don't have to use Cloud, or you don't have to use Squall, or you don't have to use specific main characters to progress through a game, as opposed to like board games or like console games or video games where there's a fixed main character or fixed list of main characters, right? So the characters that you use are like very flexible. It can be anything you want. You can whatever backstory you want to put into your character. It is up to you, right? Of course, based on all the mechanics or game mechanics of the TTRPG, so that you were able to smoothly create a character of your own, right? In any case, so this book is, if you want to try, it's pretty much all you need, right? Because a lot of things are like digitized now. Dice, character sheets, all that stuff, you can all do it on a computer or on a phone. There's no need for like actual pen and paper, although you can do that. That's the traditional way of doing things. Anyhow, let's read the rest of the book. This booklet has been designed to be as accessible as possible. These 2 pages will tell you everything you need to know before you start playing. Once you're set, you can simply start reading Scene 0, set up on page 4. Step by step, you will learn how to play the game. Yeah, so this is going to be very short, right? In terms of how you need to really prepare for this game. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. That one thing that I like about TTRPGs like Dungeons and Dragons is it's very, very cheap to start playing a game. And I say start, all right? Of course, eventually if you go down the rabbit hole of tabletop RPG games, you're going to be buying a lot of supplement stuff, you're buying a lot of dice, maybe you buy a lot of expansion books and stuff. But overall, if you're just starting out, if you want to just play a basic game and such, it is already enough. Whatever tabletop RPG games you're playing, most of it will have this sort of like a quick start where it's free and everyone can access to it and start playing. Right? There's no need for you to read through hundreds and hundreds of pages of rules and such to start doing things. That's the beauty of a tabletop RPG is you can be as complex as you like, or it can be as simple as for you just using a fixed adventure book or campaign book for you to follow through, and you don't have to like create your own everything on your own, or you can. So it fits. That's why it's very popular, because any kind of people, any type of people who are at least interested in telling their own stories and such, have different ways to tell it. There's no specific way, there's no requirements to play this game, there's no like necessary skills or such. Everything can be done with just this. We can just start with this. Right. To play this scenario, you will need the following: a group of 4 to 5 people, including yourself. Yeah. Unfortunately, this specific one, you can't play it by yourself, right? You have to play it with other people. Because, how do I say this? In a TTRPG, there is, as they say, 4 to 5 people, right? It can be more, it can be less, depending on your group. But for certain, the one person in the group will be a dungeon master or game master. This person won't be your typical player, right? This person will be the person who controls everything other than the players, right? It controls all the NPCs, right? It controls all the monsters, the enemies, the environment itself. Everything about the game is managed by a person, and that person dictates whatever happens. If, let's say, a player does something or talks to someone, then the game master, the dungeon master, would be the person to react to whatever the player is doing, right? If they are interacting with a person, then there would be a social encounter. If they are fighting with monsters or enemies, then there would be a battle encounter. And if they are like exploring, going through a dangerous environment or anything, that would be a exploration sort of encounter. So all these encounters are managed by a game master, managed by a dungeon master. They will inform you based on certain factors, like maybe the characters' personalities, maybe the characters' enemies' skills and strengths and such, or weaknesses, react to whatever you're doing, right? So that's how the gist of it is. Tabletop RPGs are played. That's why you require 4 to 5 people, as they say over here. Right, then of course, what else do you need? One photocopy of each character sheet. This can be found on page 6, 13, or downloaded from fabulaultima.com. So they do have character sheets provided in this free Quickstarter, right? Page 6 to 13, which is over here, right? These are character sheets. Although they are already created, filled in, everything is done, all the stats or whatever it is. But basically, this is what you actually just need to go through, right? We have like, this is, I'm guessing, some sort of bard. Wait, is there like a class name? I don't think so. Probably not. At least I can't see one. But yeah, basically this is for a player, right? For a player, this is all you need to know, right? Your name, your stats, your traits, whatever else it is in here, inventory, skills, maybe. All this is all you need as a player, right? Because in this character sheet, you will find out how to do things, what stats to look at, and course, if you don't know, the game master or the dungeon master is supposed to teach you or guide you. Right, so I'm guessing it's a 2-page character sheet. So this is the first character, and this is the second character. Then we have the third character over here, and fourth character. So we have 4 characters. That's why they say you can play this game with up to 5 people, right? 4 players and 1 game master. So yeah, then we just go back here. Of course, they do have like individual ones. You can go straight to their website and find these character sheets. And of course, they say something like something that allows you to take notes, pencil, eraser, scrap paper, or notebook, or a tablet. Yeah, so if you want to play this game pen and paper style, you can. But you can also play it through the computer. There's a lot of apps or a lot of browser-based TTRPG sites where you can go into it, join a room. Everyone will be in it, and there will be spaces or utilities of tools for you to take note and all that stuff. Right, a perfect example of a place for you to play a TTRPG online would be Roll20. So then, of course, the best thing about one of the best things about TTRPGs is dice. So, of course, in any TTRPG, there should be some form of dice to be rolled, basically to decide whether you actually are successful or you have failed in doing something. This is where the dice come in. 1 or more sets of polyhedral dice. If you don't know where to find them, don't worry. Simply look for a dice rolling app on your phone. There are plenty of free to download dice apps. So yes, even if you don't have real dice, you can get there's so many free apps on your phone or even on websites that provide a free rolling dice. Right, so there are, interestingly, the first time I ever knew there were other sites, other types of dice is from TTRPG. I only thought there exists of a D6 dice, but apparently not. There are so many more different types of dice. But for this game, right, you only need 4 different types of dice in 2 sets, right? As they say. Ideally, you want at least 2 of the following dice: 6-sided, generally abbreviated D6, 8-sided, 10-sided, and 12-sided. Right. So you only need, like, if let's say you're playing in real life and you want to roll the real dice, you only need 8 dice or 2 sets. Which I think people are really into TTRPGs. It's a very, very easy number to reach. I have a lot of dice. Just so you know. But my favorite ones was the ones I got latest were metal dice. Man, I like my metal dice. Anyhow, so this book also explains what is role-playing game. All right, I did explain it, but let's see how the book explains it. What is a role-playing game? In a role-playing game, a group of people play together to create a story. They do so by having a conversation and describing the actions of the characters they control, literally playing the role of those characters. So yeah, this is why TTRPGs are different. It's because not only you're using your own characters to play a game, you're also trying to immerse yourself, fit into that character that you've created, and do the things that this character would do, right? Whereas normally other games, like a board game or anything, you don't really concern yourself with what would this character actually do, what their personalities are, and what would anything in their past affect their decisions, the things that they are doing, right? Of course, you could make a character that is exactly like you, the same personality as you are, but again, when playing these games, that's part of the fun. Is it's nice to not be constrained to like, because of like JRPGs, like Final Fantasy, you can't have different decisions. You can't make different decisions because all of it is already fixed. What dialogue, what kind of reaction they will be having of a certain situation is all fixed, but not for this game, right? Even though you have a set of personalities and such, you are the player is the person who's correct, controlling the character, right? That's it, right? That's it. This is a huge problem with or common problem, not a huge problem, but a common problem with new players is that yes, you can do anything you like, right? You can roleplay any character or person you like, but right, this is a huge but. You're playing this game together with everyone. This is more or less a co-op game, and co-op games do require people to cooperate together. Alright, okay. So it's very best. It's a very good etiquette. Tabletop etiquette is don't be an ass, don't be a jerk, don't be someone who nobody likes for you to be on the table. So why I say that is that some people get into their roles too immersed, or they create characters that are too incompatible with other players, that it affects everyone else's fun of playing the game. So for example, if let's say you were to create a character that is a sociopath or a psychopath, or someone like a lone wolf or anything like that, that doesn't work well as a team, or doesn't really have a good personality to, you know, or a good reason to stay as in a party, right? So if a player starts to stab someone, starts stealing something, constantly stealing or constantly disrupting the flow of the game, it's not going to be a nice experience for everyone. It's very disrupting. It's very distracting as well, and also some certain actions such as that is considered very, very bad. Anything that I would say like that would be in violation of Twitch community guidelines, you shouldn't be doing it in a tabletop RPG as well, right? So that's the thing. You know, we always say that when you play tabletop RPGs, you can be anything you want, you can do anything you want, right? But that's not necessarily the truth, right? There's always some sort of limitations. There's always some sort of a standard, an etiquette that we have to follow, so that everyone has fun, right? As opposed to only a person having fun, where you can do that. You know, you can already do that if you want to, like, do anything you want. There are certain games that already allows that for you to do, but of course that's the reason why they are single player games, right, and not multiplayer games, right? For example, Skyrim is a good example, whereas you can do really almost anything you want in the game without any consequences. Yeah, one is because there's no detrimental or permanent consequences in the game, or even if you did something really bad, right, you can load or save or load whatever situation, just revert back to situation. But no, okay. This is not the case with tabletop RPGs. Tabletop RPGs are always... There's no such thing as... I think people don't know this, or at least new players don't know this, is there's no such thing as load saves in a tabletop RPG. Everything that happens, or you have decided to do something, there's no takebacks, right? There's no takebacks after witnessing the consequences of your actions. So that's why you can't just simply do things as you like, right? There are consequences that are far-reaching or very serious in-game or in real life as well, right? If you decide to do something very nasty against a party member or even an NPC, right? If it's a very uncomfortable thing, it's a very against humanity kind of thing, then of course it's something that is preventable. As for who, you know, as I say all these things, right? All these horror stories, all these horrible things that people might do on a tabletop session can be prevented as long as people talk about it before the game starts. This is more or less, tabletop is more or less a social event, like a gathering of people, of a group of friends or group of colleagues or anything like that. Just imagine you going to a bar, a restaurant, a cafe, hanging out with friends. Imagine the things that you might be doing and might not be doing, right? It's the same, right? It's not like once you are playing tabletop RPG, everything is allowed. And there's no such thing as social constraints or social rules and etiquettes. No, everything's still there. Real people are still playing with you all, right? Doesn't mean that suddenly all the rules of a social group is all gone out of the window. If you excuse me, I need to clear my throat. Oh boy, I can literally feel it in me. So yeah, these are things, these are conversations that had to be had, whether it is your first game or your 100th game, 100th session in a game. Because, you know, we might know each other for 1 year, 10 years, or even we might be just meeting for the first time. Whatever it is, right? It is still important to talk about these things because people might change, or you might not have ever had this conversation. Once you had these conversations, then you know what to expect, what to prepare for. What to be accepting of, maybe not, and from then onwards decide whether this is a game for you or if this group of people is for you. Anyhow, let's continue. How do I roleplay? Alright, so let's see how does this book tell you what it means to roleplay? Roleplaying is pretty simple. When you roleplay, you make decisions for the character or characters you control, describing what they do and establishing their goals and objectives in the story. Cooperate with the people who are playing with you, expressing your creativity and making your collaborative story as memorable as possible. Remember to respect everyone's taste and creativity, and be a fan of each other's ideas. Right, so this is very wholesome, this is very general, it doesn't really tell you much, but good, easy enough or simple enough for you to get things going, right? But that's it, right? If everyone is new on the table, this is going to be very difficult, because I have been a new player before, I've been a new game master before, and it's very awkward for people playing TTRPG for the first time, because they have no idea how to do things, especially if no one is guiding you, and everyone is like just winging it, quite literally, as in they know that everyone probably knows the rules and such, but we have no idea how to start playing the game, right? We know how to roll dice, we know how to attack and everything, but we don't know how to make decisions. Maybe at least from my from where I live, right? We have the problem of making decisions for our own selves. We are always dependent on things to tell us what to do, right? Even in video games, tell us where to go, tell us when we need to do, tell us where we need to talk to it, who we need to talk to, right? So, but in this sort of tabletop RPGs, right, the thing I do notice is that the game master or the dungeon master at most would probably like bring everyone together, say whatever what the reason it is, and you might have a goal or something like that, as in you might have a quest, you might have a mission fixed for you to do something, but who to talk to, how to begin things, where to go, it's not exactly spoon-fed to you. You have to ask questions, right? So role-playing is more or less a bit of an improv thing, where you have to ask questions, because the information is not all there, right? The information is not all there. You can't expect the game master to tell you, you need to speak to this person, you need to go to this place, blah blah blah, unless you know it's something that your character already knows. More or less, you need to, if like you are going to a new place, you're going to a new area of a city, of a town, of a country, the game master can't be like, hey, you've reached here, you might want to go here, or that's the thing. Yeah. Maybe some certain tabletop RPGs maybe for new players, like especially very very new players, do require this sort of like a direct guidance, but eventually you have to like be able to have the habit of asking the right questions, right? If let's say you don't know where to go, the right question would be first I would have to say the wrong question to ask would be, where do I need to go? As in asking the game master. The game master would just tell you, I don't know. Right? The game master might tell you, I don't know, because the game master can't dictate or can't let you know what you don't know for your character. Right? So the right question would be to ask is, do I see someone, or like, do I see someone that is approachable, or do I see someone that is like a receptionist or something like that, or is there an inn, is there a guild or so, adventurer guild where I can go ask about things, about what I should do, where should I go? So that would be the better question, right? Because then the game master, dungeon master would tell you things like, probably tell you to roll certain dice or do certain things to find out who to look for, where to look for, right? Then only then you will find out, okay, where to go. Because after asking whatever question you want to ask, the game master tells you to roll the dice. If you are successful, they will tell you, oh, if you look in the distance, you see this place, blah blah blah. There's a pub of some sort. You can go inside. There's a lot of people are going in there. So yeah, that's really, I think it has to come from experience. It has to come from experience in really asking the right question. I'm pretty rusty. I'm pretty rusty in this sort of things. I'm just recalling my past experiences. But yeah. However, this book has described in what role playing is whatever I just said as well, right? Don't be an ass, right? Be a team player. Cooperate with people. Just be kind to each other, right? D&D, no! Isaac. Also, hello. Welcome to the stream. It's Fabula Ultima. I'm talking about they call it TTJRPG. So I guess tabletop Japanese role-playing game. It is like Dungeons and Dragons, but you know, game mechanics and such is totally different. I would say this is much more simpler from the descriptions that my friend have told me. They have played a couple sessions for the game, and it seems very fun and very, very close to the game mechanics you might see in JRPGs. So I would say this is much simpler, much easier to get into compared to Dungeons and Dragons. Right, Dungeons and Dragons combat mechanics is a lot more complicated. People might have problems with it. Maybe there's a lot of things to remember even. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm actually reading through this to see if it really is that simple. But according to my friend, and I trust my friend's judgment, it's most likely going to be much easier and easier to understand, easier to play. And I'm having ideas. I have a lot of ideas how to play this game. If in the event I can convince some of my VTuber friends to play with me. Anyhow, let's continue. Why do I need rules? Okay. Much like with video games and board games, characters have numbers and abilities that represent their strengths and weaknesses, and you will often roll dice to determine whether an action is successful or ends up having unforeseen consequences. Unlike video games and board games, however, the possibilities of role-playing game are endless. There is no single approach to a situation, and a story will gradually emerge from everyone's decisions. Combined with an element of chance, in other words, you cannot and should not try to predict what will happen. Yeah, so TTRPGs are very flexible in terms of how a story progresses, right? You might have the same end goal, right? You have an end goal. You might the end would be defeating a boss or saving a person or like rescuing a village or town or the world or anything like that. How you get there is always different, and it is always dependent on the dice, on the chance, and also the decisions that you make as a team, right? That's the beauty of TTRPGs. There's no fixed story, there's no fixed ending per se, and everything that happens is very dependent on the players. Also, hello Save, welcome. You missed the Duolingo, of course. I have to tell you that. So apologies. We're talking about Fabula Ultima right now, a TTJ RPG. Right, so over here, you have scene 0. Okay, they call it scene 0 setup. Right. I'm guessing this is some sort of like a session 0. Now that you're all gathered, you need to do some quick preparations for the game. Choose roles. Right. One person among you will take on the role of Game Master, while everyone else will take on the role of a player and control a player character. Right, as I said before, that's why this game, it can't be played by yourself. You have to play it with everyone else, right? At a max part, at least for this quick starter, it's at max 5 people, right? One person has to be the Game Master, while everyone else is considered players, right? Playing a single character. There are TTRPGs where there's no need for a Game Master, or even the Game Master and yourself are the same person. But those are different. And sometimes it's more complicated than you think. Right. So that's about choosing roles. Read the description of these roles before you decide. Regardless of your choice, your goal in this game is to create a heroic and fantastic story while having a great time together. Right, so let's see what this book tells you about what is a Game Master and what is a player. If you are the Game Master, you read the text of this booklet aloud and help everyone perform the various steps indicated by the scenario, which starts on page 14. Be mindful that some page contains secret information only you should read. These pages are identified by a red color. So yeah, the Game Master, since they are not the players, they are the world itself, right? They are the NPCs, they are the monsters, they are the enemies, they are the environment. They should know everything. Also, sorry, my stomach is not really cooperating with me, so I have to BRB for a bit. So sorry, man. Let me just do this. Eesh. Whew, I am back. Thank you. Oh boy, that was a huge load. Sorry, I have to say that, man, because it is a huge load. Also, we are almost 400 followers away. I only noticed now. We only need 4 more followers to reach 400. Oh boy, so soon, man, so soon. And I still have 2 giveaways to do now. Anyhow, let's see where were we? All right, yeah. If you're a game master, yeah, I read the first one. Enrich the screen, enrich the scenes and descriptions provided by this scenario with your own creativity and be a fan of both the players and their characters. Roleplay as the various characters that your heroes will encounter during the scenario. These are called non-player characters, or NPCs, expressing their personality and goals. Yeah, so the game master controls everything, alright? So, but do take note, right? Game masters are not the enemy, or are not the opposing player or something like that. The players should not think like that. The game masters should not think like that as well to themselves, alright? They are the person that facilitates the world, right? You're not supposed to be like aggressive against the players in any way in how the world is, right? Don't make every NPCs an ass, don't make an NPC an enemy, or just get wants to kill you or anything like that, you know. I love how in some other systems game master is called storyteller. Example, World of Darkness series. Yeah, they are called a lot of different things, I think. Even the I think this was called something like in the what's it called, City of Mist, they are called Master of Theater or something like that. But yeah, they are called different things, but essentially they are the ones who control the world. Right? So if you're new here, if you're new interested in playing this sort of tabletop RPG games and you want to be a game master, don't do it because you want to kill the players or anything like that, okay? that is not the purpose of a game master. The game master is only there to give a challenge to the players, but at the same time most of it is to have them interact and see how the world reacts as the player goes through the story and goes through the plays and stuff, right? Time to show as a game master. Yes, I said you understand truly. That is like exactly what you shouldn't be doing. Be a troll, right? As a game master. My favorite joke is GM is called God mode. Alright, so the players. Let's go to the players. If you're a player, you roleplay as one of the 4 characters provided with this scenario. See the next page. Experiment with your character's unique abilities and cooperate with the rest of the group during difficult situations. Create occasions for your fellow heroes to shine. Make the characters yours by coming up with unique details about their past and identity, and steer the story in interesting directions through your character's words and actions. So yeah, it's pretty simple enough. Whatever you do as a player with your character is solely based on your character sheet, right? Whatever it is written in there is how you should be making your decisions, doing whatever actions, and deciding what dice to use and all that. I believe, alright? I believe. I have not read the entire thing, but that is usually the case. Right, choose your character. In its full release, Fabula Ultima lets you create a custom player character that suits the type of story you want to see at your table. For the sake of simplicity, this tutorial provides 4 pre-made characters designed to help you learn the rules of the game and discover its potential. If you have less than 4 player characters, make sure one person plays as Black Carry Mod. Why is that? Because Black Carry Mod is OP? Or is an integral part of the story? You can find sheets for all characters starting on the next page and on fabulaultima.com. Right, who is Black Carry Mod? The perceptive heir to the throne of Dunova. Blair can support allies in battle with words of hope and encouragement, so a bard. When necessary, they can unleash powerful light element magic against the enemy. And Cassandra. Strong and agile, Cassandra is the former captain of Skyrider Force and a master of spear combat. She can weaken enemies and strike at flying targets using her elemental powers. So this is like if we're talking about Final Fantasy, this would be maybe a dragoon. Edgar, a young inventor who survived a mysterious incident. Edgar is clever and resourceful. His custom-made pistol can target multiple foes at once and inflict negative status effects.
Good.
Wait, I think the music changed to something totally different. Oh, I see. That's why. Probably should change it to this one then. Cassandra is an elementalist plus weapon master if I remember correctly. Oh. Piano ne. Yeah, this one. Okay. Like a spellcaster fighter. Yeah, as far as I know, this game, which Rash over here played, and is the friend that, you know, told me all the things, told me about the game. There's no specific title or specific class, right? They have class names, but it's like you invent it on your own. And we have Levine Fallbright, solemn and imposing. Levine was the princess of the kingdom of Armorica. wait, Armorica? This sounds very vaguely similar to America. Conquered by the Empire. You can channel her life force into a massive greatsword and is the most resilient member of the group. So she's like the tank, right? So we have the tank, we have the engineer kind of thing, or the pistol user, and the spear plus some sort of magic. You must be multi-class, at least 2 classes. The best offense is a good defense. And then we have like the main character type of character, right? Perceptive heir to the throne of Dunova. And light element magic. Right. Let's see what the character sheets are. When you see this icon on your sheet, it means this part of character is locked until you reach the listed scene. Don't look at it before that moment. Oh, okay. Should I look at it? Anyhow. Oh, so that's what it means. So I guess how the game is supposed to be played out is like, because it's a tutorial session, so maybe at what scene only you start explaining things, like this one is only, you only start looking at this after whatever scene 3, I guess. Then we look at this page, and at the character sheet you look at this, the decks, traits, blah 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 blah, all that. I see. Yep, you are correct. Yeah. I should. I mean, stats are all nice. Maybe there's a page for explaining all the stats. Let me see. Try not to spoil people. This is where the GM is supposed to read, right? And this is, yeah, so this is the page where explain the basic mechanic. Okay, so we reach here. Checks are the basic mechanic in Fabula Ultima. We use checks to determine whether characters manage to accomplish their objectives in a scene without suffering dangerous consequences. Game Master, as the airship, blah blah blah. I should not read this, right? Wait, or is this just an example? Yeah, this is probably just an example. Oh no, not an example. It's actually spoiler-ish. Check always rely on the character's attributes. It's a scenario. Yeah, I guess so. Check always rely on a character's attributes. Dexterity. So we have 4 stats. They call it attributes. Dex, insight, might, and willpower. Dex is speed and coordination. Insight is intuition and observation. And might, or MIG, strength and toughness. Okay. And we have willpower, charisma, and determination. Okay, so I'm guessing Dex is like accuracy, insight is perception, all that stuff, and might is strength, toughness, and willpower is charisma. Yeah, okay. The character's affinity with an attribute is represented by a die size. A d6 is pretty bad, a d8 is average, a d10 is very good, a d12 is as good as anyone can get. It's always tempting to describe approaches that match your character's best attributes. However, don't be afraid to do the opposite if you feel it would make the story more interesting. Yeah. So what makes a game, what makes tabletop RPG fun is having really bad stats, right? Really bad stats means that you either could most of the time you might lose, alright? Most of the time you might fail your checks or whatever. But when it succeeds, it's a very interesting event to happen. Is there a bot in this game? I would say yes. There's both, as what was described for the first character here, Blair Claremont. They are what? Let me see the skills. Encourage. So during a conflict scene, you may reuse an action and spend 5 mind points to choose another creature that is able to hear and understand you. Alright, so just looking at this description, this seems like encourage. You just probably speak a few things and then you encourage the person. Road to seduce. It's a very, very, very too common joke, you know, I said, in the tabletop community. The one that is so used up. But it's not a bad thing, I would say. It's anyone with like I would say I guess in this game, high willpower. I don't think this person has high willpower. Or his willpower is just average, so not that high. Yeah, I'm only guessing that the willpower attribute is for like social checks or such. Okay, performing checks. Check always involve 2 dice. Okay, so you always use 2 dice. And the dice you roll are based on the attributes your character is using for the action in question. For instance, if Cassandra performs a check using her Dex and Might attributes, written as Dex plus MIG in the game, she would roll a d10 and d8 and add them together. Okay, sometimes if it makes sense for a character to only use one attribute in a given situation, when this happens, you roll the corresponding die twice. So, okay, you can roll like for double for the same attribute. With Cassandra performing a MIG plus MIG check, she rolls 2d8 and adds them together. And Game Master, now that you know the basics, have each player perform a check using the attributes that you feel would be appropriate for the approach they describe. So without reading this scenario, I can't say for certain, but I'm guessing what attributes to use is dependent on the Game Master and maybe the fixed scenario. But I would say most likely dependent on the Game Master as well as the player. So the Game Master would give the player a certain situation, a certain scenario, and the players would decide what to do. And from the decisions that the players make, the Game Master would tell them, oh, so you're doing this. So if you're doing this, then it would be appropriate to be using this attribute and this attribute. I think that is how it is done. That is, and yeah, a lot more work on... Well, I think not a lot more. It's pretty similar to Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, checks have a difficulty level abbreviated as DL, an abstraction of how critical the check is within a scene and how hard it is to accomplish the objective. So we have a difficulty. Alright, we determine what dice to use now. Now we determine how much what's the number for people to succeed in, to get to pass the check. An easy check has a difficulty of 7, average 10, hard is 13. The Game Master establishes the difficult level of a check based on the context of the scene. Sometimes the difficulty level will instead be set up by a rule or special skill. During the scene, we suggest a difficulty level. Okay. Spoiler-ish. If the result of a check is higher than, if the result or check is higher than or equal to the difficulty level, it's a success. So higher number is better. Right? Higher or equal will be a success. Otherwise, it's a failure. Failure may mean a character doesn't get what they want, or that a sudden complication arises. The Game Master must always communicate the general consequences of a success or failure before the dice are rolled. A check can also be a fumble or critical success. Alright, so we have a critical system, a fumble system as well. A fumble happens when both dice rolled in the check show a 1. Alright, this is always an automatic failure and should be narrated as a stroke of bad luck. A critical success happens when both dice show the same number, and that number is 6 or higher. Happens when both dice show the same number, and that number is 6 or higher. So it has to be the same number, and it also has to be higher than... that number has to be 6 or higher. Okay, so I understand. So if you roll 6, but the difficulty level is 13, you still fail. If it's a 10 or 7, it's considered a critical success. Okay. This is always an automatic success. Wait. No, I don't think that's what it means. I think it means if a difficulty level is hard check, the difficulty level is 13, and no matter how high it is, maybe if it's a difficulty level 15, 17 or whatever, as long as you roll double six or same numbers above, like 6 6 7 7 8 8 9 9 10 10 11 11 12 12, it's an automatic pass. All right, so even if you had like your attributes like the lowest, right, you have a d6, right, it's a d6 die, and both of the die rolls double d6, you're still successful even if a check is hard or higher. Yeah, critical equals auto pass. Yeah, I would say so. The correct interpretation. Simply put, you get a critical success if you roll a double 6, double 7, double 8, double 9, double 10, double 11, or double 12. They probably should add something like whether or not it is. Yeah, if I would say they probably should have added things something like there would be a success no matter the difficulty check, the level, or the difficulty level. Or would that be a problem? Maybe it is not stated in here, but it is stated in the actual rulebook itself. Modifiers. Okay, sometimes the check includes modifiers such as a +2 bonus for a -1 penalty. Remember to add or subtract them from your total when determining a success or failure. So where do the modifiers come in? They don't tell. So maybe it's something that you have to, depends on the scenario, depends on the character sheet. Now that you know how checks work, you can determine when each player character succeeded or failed on their check and narrate the consequences. Depends on the weapon or skills. I see. Game Master. Look at the outcomes of the various checks and use them to describe the fate of the overall. I can't read this. The large part of the Game Master roles lies in moving back and forth between narrations and the mechanics of the game, making sure the two go hand in hand and making the player characters look like the heroes they are. Yeah, very hard to make play. I think from my experience, right, it's very hard to make players look like heroes when most of the time when they make, including myself, we make stupid decisions, right? Very difficult to make ourselves look good when we do something stupid. For the sake of this tutorial, okay, don't need to read this. I'll just go straight to okay, straight to the status effects. Status effects can be caused by spells, natural dangers, enemy attacks, and more. Each status effect temporarily lowers the die size of one or more of the character's attributes. This lowers your insight die size by 1. Enrage lowers your dexterity and insight die sizes by 1. Poison lowers your might and willpower. Okay. Shaken lowers willpower. Slow lowers dex. Weak lowers might. So interesting. It's so almost similar to Dungeons and Dragons, where poison doesn't actually decrease your health. It gives you a status effect. For instance, if Levine is weak, her might count as D8 instead of D10. Different status effects that lower the same attribute are cumulative, but you can never go below D6. If Levine is weak and becomes poison, might becomes D6. Okay. Interesting. The 6 stats that they have, every attribute appears twice. there's might, there's insight, dex, willpower. Very balanced, I see. You will learn how to recover from status effects later during this scenario. Okay. Traits. While characters' attributes represent their affinity towards different approaches to a challenge, traits are narrative concepts that make your character unique. Identity represents what your character currently sees themselves as. Theme represents the dominant narrative force that drives your character's story. Origins is where your character came from. Traits and bonds is like 13H relationship, but instead of relationship with an icon, it is with each player. Ah, I can see that. Right. Identity. Do they explain it? Yeah, they explain it down here a bit more. In the full version of the game, players can write their traits freely and may also change their character's identity and theme throughout the story. Ooh, okay. This constant process of change, growth, and transformation is among the most important aspects of Fabula Ultima. Right? Because I feel like if they don't... They have to say this because so far it's not that unique per se. At least I haven't gone through the skills and weapons and such yet. Below, but yeah, these things I would say for new players this is more or less something they probably can't grasp, right? From my understanding, or at least for myself as well, like for new players, it's very hard to put yourself in the shoes of your own characters. Right? You might put identity, you might put all these traits in your character, but it's very, more often than not, we always think what we would do, right? Not what our characters would do. We always have the mindset of ourselves put into that situation. Below, and then leave brief explanation below, and on the next page you can find a brief explanation of each character's traits, followed by a set of questions for the player who is controlling that character. If you are a player, these questions represent an opportunity to make these characters yours and express who they are beyond numbers and skills on the character sheet. This is also where you get to shape a major part of the story and the world it takes place in. I'm thinking now, in like for a one session, I guess this is a one-off session, right? You can't be playing a character that is not created by yourself for a campaign or anything. So how important is this? All right, how important is this for a quick starter? Because my experience is that a new player would find it very how do you say, too much information already at this point. I would say so. At this point, it's a bit too much information to consume, and now you have to like also consider the traits of a character. It might be a problem, right? There might be a problem. Normally, these things is like if the group is interested in playing a campaign, this is the next thing that they consider, right? Traits and stuff. Where I myself would compile this do this in character creation itself, rather than explain this in a quick starter in the first session. But I guess it's something that I have to try and see if it works. Because I understand what they're trying to do. They are trying to weave all of the game's mechanic into one session. When I ran this demo for a public game, I skipped the traits, bonds, and identity. Yeah. I would guess so, right? This is a bit too heavy for new players. Make sure to take note of players' answers, use them to enrich your description and develop the story around the characters at your table. Yeah. If the first session is like more than 3 hours, then I say, yeah, you can do this. But if you're on a time crunch, not everyone has a lot of time on hand, this is something that you can skip. And we have time to read through here right now. You are the heir to the throne of Dunova, and you believe it is your duty to protect your people and stop the Elonian Empire from seizing control of the crater Megiddo. Your father, the king, thinks otherwise and orders you not to abandon the royal palace. Where is this information coming from? Is it from the character sheet? Or is this the first time that the game master is like reading it to the player? It seems like it would be the first time that the player is... The intro scene which you skip? Oh, is it? I mean, the character sheet itself, there's nothing much to it. Like, the traits here doesn't talk about it. I'm guessing, yeah, the scenario talks about it. But only asking it now, Oh man, there's a lot more. There's a lot more stuff. Well, I'll skip this part, right? I'll skip this part as I would consider that it's a bit spoilerish. The character traits define who they are, but to grow stronger, heroes need connections. They need to feel emotions towards others. In the game, this is represented by bonds. In the full version of the game, each player character may have up to 6 bonds. In this tutorial, the limit is 3 bonds. Yeah, so the bonds, I would say, again, this is something that should be done in a campaign, or yeah, in a campaign. Now that players have had chance to see each other in action, have answered questions about who they are and why they are, each player character should create a bond with one other player character. Choose someone that left an impression on you during this first scene. This bond starts with one emotion. For instance, Edgar might create a bond of admiration towards Levine, but Levine might be blah 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 blah. Okay. This is... What's that other game called? This is very improv. I don't think... you know, this is good and all. Another problem with this is that some players can't think on the spot. You're like forcing people... you're kind of a bit forcing players to think on the spot on what they think of the other players. This is very strange. This is very strange. There are flaws with this approach, I would say, as a quick starter. Because even in real life, right? Even in real life, it's very difficult to figure out, you know, the bonds we have in real life, the bonds we have in that we meet with other people. This player just seems to have some murderous intents. Yeah, so depending on how the players are, how serious are the players in role playing, right? That might be the bond that every player has. Like, oh, this player looks like he just likes to steal stuff, or this player doesn't really talk much, or this player is like a lone wolf, or this player is like a psychopath, or I think that's the bond that we're going to be making, because even our own characters, like the players themselves, I don't think really truly understands the characters that they are using, especially the characters they are not, they have not even created themselves, right? So that would be a problem. That would be a big problem. I would say, yeah, adding all this stuff in here, like we're just talking about bonds, but then there's also emotion, apparently. Emotion. A bond can have up to 3 emotions, each chosen from one of the following pairings. Okay, they have fixed emotions. Okay, at least they are narrowing it down to a few selections. Okay, okay. For instance, you might have a bond of inferiority and affection towards someone, but you cannot have a bond of loyalty and mistrust. Okay. Alright. Bond is emotions, or bonds. Did they say something? No. Wait, they say in a full game you can have up to 6 bonds. So player character should create a bond with one other player character. So 6 bonds mean what? Up to 6 characters, or I think up to 6 characters. It can't be like one character 6 bonds. Because that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. You can have a bond with a villain. Yeah. I expected that you can have more bonds with. You can have bonds not just with players, but with NPCs as well. But a villain would be a good choice as well. The strength of a bond. The number of emotions you have in a bond is known as the bond strength, which can range from a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 3. For instance, a bond of inferiority and mistrust has a strength of 2. Okay, right now the bond you created only has 1 emotion, which means its strength is 1. But later on, you will be able to add new emotions or form more bonds. They don't really explain this very well. Yes, the emotions are... The bond strength depends on the number of emotions. So 2 emotions means 2, 1 emotion means 1. So because you can have up to 3 emotions, you can have bond strength of 3. Okay. Kinda understand. Right, this is another scene. So we have villains. Villains act as the player character's dark mirror, formidable antagonists whose actions are placing the world in danger. Villains follow a few special rules, but we will deal with those later. For now, know they are the most powerful non-player characters in the game. Okay. Fabula points are what truly makes characters special. Gaining Fabula points, a freshly created player character receives 3 Fabula points. Afterward, you gain 1 Fabula point whenever you roll a fumble on check. A villain enters the scene. Since the game master scene that just took place featured 2 villains, every player as a bit spoiler, every player character now has 5 Fabula points at their disposal. Make a note of this on the character sheets. Spending Fabula points. From now on, player characters can spend Fabula points in the following ways. After performing a check, if you didn't roll a fumble, you may spend 1 Fabula point to invoke one of your traits, identity, theme, or origin, and reroll one or both dice and use the new rolls. After performing a check, spend 1 Fabula point to invoke one of your bonds and add the strength of that bond, which is the number of emotions tied to it, to the result of the check. You can only do this once per check. When you invoke a trait or bond, explain how the element helps your character divide destiny. I see. This is where the power of friendship comes in, or power of love comes in. So it has to make sense. The identity, the theme, and origin. Alright, so this is pretty much, if it's Dungeons and Dragons, is that what's that thing called? I have no idea. But it's basically to add an advantage to your rolls. So similar to this one, you can, yeah, I also like the is that like Conan RPG? Inspiration, yes, inspiration. Or the Star Wars RPG, all that stuff that you have like dice or points to use to increase the chance of a success. Right. So do you have something like this here as well? Fortune and Doom, yes. Yeah, the one where, you know, the game master uses Doom to make sure the players fail something, or Fortune. Totally opposite. Light side, dark side points, yeah, all that stuff. But the Fabula points is something similar. Although Fabula points is, from what I can see here, it requires you to at least explain how you can use them, because you're going to be using the either identity, theme, or origin, or the bonds. I'm guessing like if you're trying to save your friend, or it's trying to save your player and you have a bond with them, you can use that bond. You can use Fabula points to invoke the bonds. There is a cheat sheet on suggested stuff. I see. Good. If they have them, it's a good. You don't have to think on the spot. It is open to GM, yeah. I guess so. It seems like the game master has to, you know, agree to the explanation. Separating the player from the character. In Fabula Ultima, there is a big difference between a player and a character they portray. Game master scenes are a great way to demonstrate that. As a player, you have seen that scene, but your character doesn't know anything about it. Instead, the scene exists to build anticipation and give them an idea of what the villain is like. It's important to remember that when you play this game, you are simultaneously the authors, protagonists, and audience of the emerging story. For instance, if a player character is keeping a secret from the rest of the group, it's better for everyone at the table to know about it. This allows you to create interesting scenes and ultimately reveal it in a meaningful way. I guess this one is talking about meta knowledge, right? It's not just about, oh, you know a certain secret, or you know a certain thing has happened in a game, in the session, or in the story that only your player knows. I think this also can be including. We can also include this more of a gamer knowledge, right? Gamer knowledge in terms of what this monster's actually weaknesses are, or their strengths are, or what kind of combo is actually pretty good with what character, blah blah blah, all that stuff. That's something I would say. Certain things are clear cut. You can't allow meta knowledge. Well, certain things are, I would say, you have to discuss with the game master to find out whether they are acceptable or not. Right, scene 4, blah blah blah. Performing a group check. Oh, so there are group checks. The group decides which player character will act as the leader. This player will be the last to perform the check, and their result will determine the consequence of the action. Wait, this sounds like... I don't think there's a group check on Dungeons and Dragons. I think there's a group check for the 7 Seas or something like that, right, Resh? There's a group check. It sounds similar to this one. The leader describes their approach to the situation, which allows the game master to establish the attributes and difficulties level of the check. Okay, the other player's characters will perform a support check. This check uses the same attributes as the leader's, but has a fixed difficulty level of 10. Oh, okay. So this is a group check. Decides the player will act as the leader, will be the last to perform the check, and the result will determine the consequences of the action. Describes their approach, allows the game master to establish the attributes and difficulty level of the check. Okay, a bit difficult to understand, but I think players will perform same attributes as the leaders, but has a fixed difficulty level of 10. For every player character who succeeds on their support check, the leader will receive a +1 bonus. Okay, to the result of their check. If any of these characters have a bond towards the leader, add a single highest strength among those bonds to the leader's check as well. Oh. Okay. Finally, the leader performs their check, and the game master narrates the consequences based on the result. These consequences will apply to everyone who took part in the check. I'm also guessing this group check has to make sense as well, as in anyone who does the leader who does the check needs to tell the game master what they are doing, and it needs to make sense. And also anyone that wants to perform a support check has to make sense as well. But the only thing that doesn't need to make sense is the bond, right? You don't have to explain why which bond a person is using for it. Why is bonding going to be relevant or not? So it says, I can see that as long as there is a bond, you can add a bonus for it. If you are the leader, you have a big responsibility. Your approach to the situation determines the attributes that everyone will roll, and your check will affect everyone who helped you. Putting pressure on the leader, game master. Now that you know how group check works, have the group choose a leader for their navigation of the ruins and describe what they do. Then resolve the scene using a group check, such as difficulty level 13 for the leader's check. Yeah. This is... Now that I've read through half of it, right? I think most of it, probably behind is like stats and stuff, or maybe inventory. I'm just guessing here. But anyone who wants to try this game, right? Anyone who wants to try it out, this quick starter, the game master has to read all this first, because playing on the spot without doing any preparation, you're gonna like drag out the time trying to understand the rules and such together with the players. If the group check is successful, otherwise, blah blah blah. Hit points and mind points. Alright. Hit points represent fighting spirit and resistance to fatigue. If you have at least 1 HP, you're still good. But if they reach 0, you might be facing very serious consequences. So HP point reaching 0 doesn't mean you're dead. Well, it's like, I guess it's similar to JRPGs. Going down to 0 doesn't mean you're dead. You know, you can still get revived and such. Mind points represents the character's ability to focus, use magic, and perform special moves. If they reach 0, there are no consequences. Right? MP points reaching 0, no consequences. Each character begins the game with maximum HP and MP, labeled max on the character sheet. A character's current HP and MP can never go above the maximum value. Okay. Right, so now we have the combat mechanics. So, to determine which side has the priority during this conflict scene, so I'm guessing they are talking about who starts first. We perform what is called an initiative group check. Alright, this is always a Dex plus Insight check, follows the standard rules for group checks. See page 25, but each player character, whether they are the leader or supporting character, must apply their initiative modifier to the result of their check. Also, there's an initiative modifier. Let me look at the character sheet again. Where is it? Where is it? Over here, initiative more and defenses modify. Okay. So this, I'm guessing, when you are able to create a character on your own, this is something you can be determined. Alright, let's go back to where we stopped. Right. During the scene, the difficulty level for the leader's check will be 10. Okay, so difficulty is different for each combat? Rounds and turns. Conflicts take place as a there's a typo, as a series of consecutive rounds. During each round, every participant in the conflict gets 1 turn in which they can act. Some powerful enemies can perform more than 1 turn per round, but we'll learn more about that during blah blah blah. During each round, the player characters and their adversaries will alternate taking turns. The first turn of the round will go to the side that won the initiative. The heroes, if their group check was successful, the enemies, if it was a failure. If one side can perform more turns than their adversaries, alternate turns for as long as possible, then have the side with more turns perform them at the end of the round. How do we alternate though? Turns aren't tied to a specific character. Okay. Round after round, you can assign turns however you prefer between the participants, as long as everyone gets their turn. Okay. This kind of makes sense for certain JRPGs. Right, there are certain JRPGs that are fixed, or what I mean is you can't choose the person to take their turn. But I guess for this one, it's you can choose who to start first or take their turn first. Interesting. Turns are For instance, if a conflict involves 4 player characters and 3 enemies, and the enemies have the initiative, the turn order would be enemy PC, enemy PC, enemy PC, PC. Game Master, it is often better to have enemies act in the same order round after round. as it makes it easier for the game master to remember. In this scene, for instance, we suggest blah 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 blah. Okay, I don't have to read that. Alright, so it's fair. I guess it's fair. It's fair. But that would also kind of mean if if there were like 10 enemies and only 4 people or 4 players, the enemy team would technically have more turns than the player team. During their turn, a character may perform a single action. In this first conflict, actions available to all characters are attack, guard, spell, and skill. Right, so 1 action or 4 different actions. Attack. You attack with a weapon you have equipped. Perform an accuracy check using the attributes indicated by the weapon. Okay, so the weapon determines what attributes you use, with a difficulty level equal to the target's defense. If the attack is successful, you inflict damage based on the accuracy check's high roll, which is the highest number among those showed by the 2 dice rolled in the check. Okay. Alright, so you only roll once. And from that roll, you both determine whether you hit and damage an enemy. Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Kingdom Heart music. Yeah, so okay, that's interesting. The damage caused by the attack is then subtracted from the target's hit points. For instance, the accuracy check for Levine's greatsword is Dex plus MIG plus 2. Since Levine has a D8 in Dex, D10 in might, she will roll with when attacking. I'm guessing the greatsword has stats. Let me look at the greatsword stats. Why is it plus 2 though? This is plus 1 here. Where? No plus 2. Where plus 2? Yeah, I have no idea why it's plus 2. Over here it says plus 1, but it says plus 2 over here in the description. Yeah, so over here it says plus 2. I have no idea why. Let's just ignore it for now. If the attack hits, damage is listed as HR plus 10. This means that if she rolls a 4 and a 9, the weapon would deal 19 damage. Let's look back at the greatsword again. So HR plus 10. Okay, so it does say that. Wojciech, I love your new outfit. Hey Sam! Thank you. You like it? Hey, I haven't seen it. Strange. Ooh, hello. You want to see the entire thing? Okay, again, I guess I can like do this. Oh, well, not really to see the entire thing. Let's just zoom back out. Hey! This is me. In my... They call it Tang Zhuang. Although it's not... The origins of this outfit is not exactly Chinese, but it has become the traditional Chinese clothing for Chinese. So let me just zoom in on the patterns. It's basically, if you don't, I don't think you know the inspiration that comes from this, but normally once you look at the tail, you find out, yes, you can see where the inspiration is coming from. But of course, only if you're a big fan of a certain game, right? So it's actually inspired by, of course, Genshin Impact. And the dragon is from a character called Zhongli, which my model is also inspiration from it. So that's Zhongli's dragon form, and you know, I just simply made one. Let's just switch back to the normal. Where is it? Where's the thing? Over here. All right, let's go back. How are you doing, Sam? Let's go over here. I'm actually talking about a right now I'm talking about a tabletop RPG game called Fabula Ultima, which I think they added a J. Yeah, they added a J here. So instead of a TTRPG, it's TTJRPG. So it's a tabletop game inspired by all the JRPGs. Right now, we're going through their quickstarter book, which quite interestingly, gotten the permission to read through this entire thing by the original author. Okay, I was gonna say it kind of looks like something from Genshin. I've only played like 20 minutes of it, but it looks fantastic. That's actually a good idea for a TTRPG. From what I can tell, from what I'm reading actually, and also from my friend, it's really like the game mechanics is really like JRPGs, where there's right now I'm reading through the what you call combat mechanics, right? They have hit points, they have hit points they call HP, mind points NP, and bladder mechanics is just as like a JRPG would be, right? Where you can only do one thing per turn, right? You can either attack, guard, spell, or skill, right? And as you can see, attack is very simple. You roll the dice, and once you roll the dice, you determine whether you hit as well as damage you're able to inflict. Very straightforward. And alright, let me see. Sometimes an attack can target more than one creature at a time. See Edgar's barrage skill. In this case, you perform a single accuracy check and compare it to the defense for each target to determine, is the music loud? I think the music is a bit loud. Let me just reduce it. Yeah, because it's Chrono Cross music. Yeah, music got a bit too loud. Yeah, it was suddenly it's very exciting. So yeah, right now we're talking about the attack. Sometimes an attack can target more than one creature at a time. In the case, you perform a single accuracy check and compare it to the defense of each target to determine whether each creatures are hit and which creatures are missed. The damage effects will be the same for each target hit by the attack. Interesting. Right, then we have guard. The next action. You focus on defending yourself and gain resistance to all damage types until the start of your next turn, or until the end of the scene, which happens first. See below for more information on resistances. When you guard, you may decide to provide cover to a creature another creature of your choice present on the scene. If you do, that creature cannot be targeted by melee attacks until the start of your next turn. This effect will also end if you are reduced to 0 hit points or if the scene ends. So guard doesn't mean blocking or just blocking, right? So guard means you basically get reduced damage. I have no idea what resistance is. It doesn't explain what resistance is, but you can also guard someone else, provide cover for someone else, and that person can't be attacked by melee attacks until you reach 0 HP. It's smart they use defense to dodge as opposed to resist damage. Simplifies the math during combat that way. No, they it's not dodging. I don't think it's dodging at all. It's just resistance. But I have no idea what resistance actually mean. Could be half damage or something of that sort. They did. Alright, down below over here they talk about it. You cannot cover a creature if that creature is already covering someone. Okay. In this tutorial, creatures can have or receive 2 types of affinities towards various damage types: air, bolt, dark, earth, fire, ice, light, physical, and poison. Excuse me. As you can see, I'm still sick. I have to cough up here and there. It said that it was accuracy versus defense to see if it hits. I think you're thinking on the guard mechanic that you're reading right now. Yeah, I'm talking about the guard mechanic. Well, so their defense is more or less like Dungeons and Dragons AC. Oh, thank you for the hat pad. So in that regards, it's similar to D&D. Yeah, AC. Right, so let's see. What does it mean to be resistant, but also vulnerable? The creature loses twice the normal amount of HPs. Okay. Resistant. The creature loses half the normal amount of HPs, rounded down. The 2 affinities cancel each other out. If a creature that is vulnerable to fire performs a guard action, for instance, they will have a neutral affinity towards fire until the start of their next turn. Oh. Okay, let's go. Move on. Spell. You cast one of the spells you know, spending the appropriate amount of mind points. Spells always list the type and the maximum number of targets they can affect. If you use a spell on more than one target, the MP cost will increase proportionally. So actually, I like this. I like this compared to D&D's spell mechanic, where instead of MPs you use spell slots, right? One spell would eat up a spell slot, and it's fine and such, but for, I would say, people who are just starting out, people who are just getting into TTRPG, it's a bit complicated. I also found it complicated. If not for me reading the rules over and over again, right? If it was just an average beginner and wanting to be a spellcaster, I would be like, how do I do this? What is first level? What is second level? What is all this stuff? Probably quite confusing. So it's like a Pokemon weakness and resistance, but with the ability to guard and half the damage. Yes, yes. Spells always list the type and maximum number of targets they can affect. If you use a spell on more than one target, the MP cost will increase proportionally. For instance, a single use of Blast Lux can target up to 3 creatures simultaneously, but the cost is 10 MP per target. Okay, sounds fair. Sounds easy enough to understand. Offensive spells function similar to attacks. They require a magic check whose difficulty level is equal to the target's magic defense, and deal damage based on the check's high roll. So offensive spells can miss. If an offensive spell has multiple targets, you may perform a single magic check and compare it to the magic defense of each to determine which creatures are hit, and which creatures aren't. The damage and effects will be the same for each target hit by the spell. I like both, but I like the 3.5 Pathfinder version of spell slots, but I also like the simplicity of the MP bar gives more facility. I mean, once you... yeah, I totally understand, right? Spell slots are a thing for like D&D, Pathfinder and stuff. But from a design or from a game mechanics point of view of a player playing a TTRPG for the first time, you can't grasp the game mechanics by yourself. You need someone to explain it to you. Was also a thing in the first Final Fantasy. Yeah, old school RPGs like Final Fantasy, even Final Fantasy, is like D&D and such. We don't even talk about Final Fantasy. Pokemon's skills are like that as well. They're kind of like it. Like you use slots rather than MPs. Right. There's pros and cons, but the thing is, on a tabletop, it's very hard to explain, very hard to get used to, especially for people who play a lot of JRPGs. It's like, shouldn't just spells work like using mana reserves or something like that? It would be so much easier, right? I mean, yeah, you have to calculate. You have to plus and minus your MP. But I would say that's much easier to track than spell slots. Especially when spells have differing levels, right? Because I would say there's some problems with maybe there are problems with the balance itself. The way I would explain it is that it's like loading a fantasy revolver with special ammunition. You have a limited number of bullets, and once it's used, that's it. Yeah, I understand how it can be explained, right? There's various ways to explain spell slots, but I'm trying to let you understand, Sam, is that there are people who play JRPGs solely to JRPGs. They have never touched anything of this sort of this kind of game mechanic. So for them, right, it's something that is very foreign, something that is doesn't make sense. Even if they understand, it doesn't make sense for why spells should be done in this way, right? Not just spells, also special attack moves like once per turn kind of things, or like once per combat, or you can only do this special certain skill after resting, after doing 3 times before you have to do a short rest or a long rest. all these mechanics, right? I've only noticed it is a thing. It is only a thing in like old school RPG or like tabletop RPG. But yeah, MP has a lot of benefits and a lot of opportunity to get creative with it. I understand. I like to think of myself as a bit of a game dev because of a project I've had on the back burner for the longest time. Ah, yes, I see. So yeah, I would say reading through this, I feel like we're almost at the end of the basic combat explanation for this game, and I think if people were to ask me to choose between this game or Dungeons & Dragons as their first combat, quote-unquote combat heavy game, I would say I would choose this rather than a D&D. Then of course, all right, so that's the spell. Now we have lastings. Well, not lasting. I think let me see. Attack, guard, spell, and skill. Wait, where is use item though? Unless you're telling me use item skills, or what is use item? You use a skill that requires an action to activate, such as Bless, Encourage, or Levine's Shadow Strike. Some skills also require to spend hit points or mind points. Right, so okay, this is not casting spells, but using mind points or hit points to do certain skills. So I spent a lot of time thinking about the game mechanics and how someone new would understand something. Like I played with, or at least either I played with people who are new, or my friends played with people who are new. They all have, and if those people have no experience with tabletop games, right? They have absolutely no idea why certain things are like that, and even if they do understand, it's very hard for them to remember, right? Key point is remembering the game mechanics. If they don't do it often, they will forget about it. Especially when it comes to casting spells, in like D&D, where you have to prepare the spell, you have to select the spell, you have to like take notes of what spell slots you have used, when what spell slots will be recovered, when you take a long rest or a short rest. All that stuff you have to remember, and you also have to remember how certain spells work. Are they AoE? Are they not AoE? What's the range? Do they need line of sight? There's so many things to remember when you think about it, right? When you think about spells in D&D, it's not easy. But yeah, there are pros and cons. The pros, at least I can tell, is that the more complicated it is, the more things I guess you can do with it, right? Especially the ones that are not as specifically just for combat use, which you can use for social encounters or environmental encounters, exploration encounters. Right, let's see. So they didn't explain when you can use items in combat. I'm assuming you should be able to use items in combat, but they didn't say anything about it. Okay, 0 hit points. When a creature falls to 0 hit points during the scene, the consequences vary depending on whether the creature is a player character or a non-player character. If a player character falls to 0 hit points, they lose consciousness until the end of the scene and drop out of conflict. They also receive 2 Fabula points. In the game, this is called surrendering. Okay, they also received it. Your life is spared, but you lose the ability to influence the scene and might suffer additional narrative consequences. Okay, so you don't die, and there's no such thing as death saves or anything. You just can't fall unconscious. So if it's an NPC, they are slain or flees the scene. Whoever delivers the final blow gets to describe what happens. So you can decide whether the person dies or doesn't die. Okay. I've had to explain a lot of game mechanics to people who don't like to learn or think too hard. Their words. I wish I was joking. So dumbing down something down is something I used to. So I try to keep that in mind when making new reading mechanics. I would say that's a lot of people. All right, a lot. From my experience, there are a lot of people who have absolutely no interest in games like TTRPG solely because they don't like reading. They do absolutely have no interest in reading, and no matter how much you want to try and dumb things down for them, right? For these kind of people, it's clear. Just certain people have no interest in them. It's just not their thing. So trying to cater to those sort of people is not. I don't think it's worth your time. But you know, up to you, Sam. Like I said over here, right? He always makes comments that he doesn't like reading, he doesn't like doing anything too complicated or too complex. But you know, it's not their problem. It's just certain people enjoys different things. Like I think it's a thing, maybe it's not, but people who love to do sports, right? Who love sports and love action and all that stuff, like going out, being social. Reading is the least of their interest. Reading is most likely not one of their interests, and TTRPG requires a lot of reading. A lot of reading in terms of if you want to be passionate about certain things, reading is a must. Reading is a must, right? If let's say how do I say it? Even if someone is really passionate, really likes TTRPG, right? There are probably people like that who loves to play the game but hates to read, right? So they have everything explained to them. Whatever they do, they have someone to explain it to them. They have no idea how things work. They have no idea where things come from. They just know how to play the game as long as someone guides them, right? Like a game master will tell them what to look, what to see and such. But it's very exhausting. It's very exhausting for people to do that. Not everyone is like going to spoon feed someone who doesn't want to help themselves, right? Especially people who are like, yes, they show quite an interest. They show quite a fire in when you're playing TTRPG, but other people on the table wants to play the game themselves, and they don't want to babysit people every time when they play. I've struggled to teach them here to slay. I try to find games to play with them and have minimal reading, like Hokkaido or Ticket to Ride. Yeah, board games. It's the thing that probably doesn't take too much reading. You only need one person to know the rules. Those kind of games is fine. But tabletop RPG is... You can't expect, if let's say you're playing in a campaign, one of the person is like absolutely hates to read and also write, right? If there's such a person, it's like you have to do everything for them, and it's not a good feeling. Unfortunately, I just like brain dead shooting game. Yes, I said you like Overwatch and Genshin Impact. I wish I could play TTRPGs with them, but even if I found out that simply to play, I don't think their personalities would mix with this type of game. Okay, only one person needs to know the rules to play Honey Heist. Sam, Honey Heist is like what? A one-off session game, and the rules in it is what? One page? Don't talk about one-page game. One-page rules, kind of RPGs. those anyone could play on a how do you say on a spontaneous basis. Even you can make it a short, very short campaign. Why though? Why? There are better rules, there are better TTRPGs to make a proper campaign. Anyhow, ending the conflict. This conflict ends if all fail, you get. Okay, so these are stats, enemy tactics. In Fabula Ultima, the Game Master is strongly encouraged to determine targets for most NPC attacks at random. This elevates some of the responsibility and makes battles fairer. Alright, so... Okay, so this is, yeah, following the traditions of JRPG, where the boss or anyone, the enemy, doesn't specifically target a person because of their intelligence or such. As a starter for people to understand the roleplay part of TTRPGs. As a starter for people to understand the roleplay of TTRPGs. Yeah, it would be a good introduction for for role playing, right? But if that's the case, then we probably should avoid. Because a lot of times when a lot of reading is heavily involved, it's because combat mechanics. A lot of combat mechanics or like complicated exploration mechanics makes it very difficult for new players to get into a TTRPG. If you're talking about trying to get new people to play a TTRPG, focusing just the role-playing part of a TTRPG is best. So finding those systems like Power of the Apocalypse, where rolling isn't that much, most of the gameplay is done through role-playing. That's where you should be looking at. So, I mean, if those are what you're looking for, then yeah. Oh boy. My throat is very itchy. Okay, I think we pretty much finished the entirety of this how do you say the parts that I can explain or talk about in this game. There's some more. Right now, you've learned all the basics of how to play Fabula Ultima, and you are approaching the most challenging scene in the tutorial. A battle against two powerful villains, so we're going to see this. We're not going to talk about the villains, of course, but we'll look at this one. Situation modifiers. When a character performs a check, the Game Master may apply a +2 bonus or a negative penalty. It reflects a particular advantageous or disadvantageous circumstance. This is called a situation modifier, and it should always be clearly communicated before the check is made. When a character scores a critical success, they receive an opportunity and they spend it for a powerful effect. Similarly, when a character fumbles a check, the enemy gets an opportunity to spend against that character or someone else. What an opportunity though. You can come up with custom-made opportunities, but they are subject to the GM's approval. Support checks never generate opportunities. Okay. So sample. The next check made by you or one of your allies gain a +4 bonus. So is this a limited list of samples, or there can be more? I mean, they say custom made. Yeah, I have a few systems, each with varying complexity, that I could probably get someone to eventually play something like Pathfinder or Mutants and Masterminds. My trouble is players willing to try it out. I would say that's a common problem for most people. Over here as well, we hear problems with players wanting to try anything else other than D&D. It's very hard to get people to try other systems because the most popular ones is D&D, and that's the most people who would be playing. Most popular means there will be a lot of people playing it, a lot of groups playing it, or more chances of people playing it together. And if it's a new system, the problem with getting people to try out new systems is people don't know if they would like it. People don't know if that's something they want. People don't know it's how complex it is, how fun it is for them. Then so most of the time it's very hard to get anyone to get past session 1, right? Most of the time it's we'll do a one-off, but afterwards it's not going to be a campaign, or there's going to be a few more sessions out of that system. Because most of the time when people introduce a new system, it's mostly that one person who is really, really into it, that likes that system and wants everyone to try it for much longer. So it's more or less a group kind of issue, right? If your group is just comfortable playing a Dungeons and Dragons, it's very hard for them to break out of that shell. But good thing though, at least for when I used to play TTRPGs with my friends very often, we do try all sorts of systems where a friend of mine introduces. Good thing. So I'm able to experience all different kinds of systems, or different ways to play a role-playing game, right? I would say I'm more of a role player rather than you can't really ROLL player, a role player. So I wouldn't say I like combat in role-playing games. If there is some, it's fine. I don't mind if you combat, because I have no problems with learning combat mechanics. Sometimes I actually am interested in learning how other systems do their combat. But I am much more the story kind of person. I prefer the players focus on making a funny story, a very compelling story, or a epic story, or emotional story, rather than, you know, fighting monsters, fighting enemies, and just getting loot. That's my preference. I've been fortunately able to do certain campaigns in that manner, and even run campaigns as well, focusing on story rather than combat. But anyhow, so apparently opportunities is a thing. It's not just only affecting the so critical success generates opportunity. It's so combining with what I previously understand about critical success in this game is not only there's a game effect that it can do as such in opportunities, there's also narrative effect of critical successes. I like both, but not because I really like story. It's more because I like the acting of playing a new character. It even helped me learn to talk more. Yes, but that's a major benefit to playing TTRPGs, is that it helps a lot of your social skills, helps a lot with certain aspects of social skills, right? But not only because you're playing with your friends, right? You have to talk to your friends and like a normal human being in some sense, but you also have to find out what is the appropriate ways to, you know, talk to people in order to get what you want, in order to, you know, help people or support people or make people happy, all that stuff, instead of you know. Or on the opposite side is knowing what you should be doing with other people, right? How you interact with other people, the bad things, right? You shouldn't be a murder hobo. You shouldn't do all sorts of crimes against humanity kinds of actions, because if you do all those things, you'll be met with like serious consequences, or not even you don't even have to reach to the point of in-game consequence. People on the table just straight up call out on you on your bullshit. All right, so that's when you learn what the things you should be doing, what are the things you shouldn't be doing, and all that stuff. And of course, there's the more general things like how to developing teamwork skills, developing writing skills, developing calculating mathematics skills, or just in general opening up yourself to other different perspectives as well. You know, RPGs is all about role-playing all types of characters, personalities, different type of people with different skills, different experiences, different backstories, different cultures and all that stuff. Exactly. Even if it sometimes makes me feel like a manipulator. Nah, I wouldn't say manipulator. It's more or less, you know, you're doing the thing that you're supposed to do, which should elicit positive responses from other people, right? I would say it's really good for me, for people like me that have problems with understanding what is the correct way of socializing with people, or understanding social cues and such. It's when you have a process of thinking through what action you should take. It's much easier than trying to guess everything, guess what you should be doing, guess what is right or wrong, right? A lot of times we learn social skills is because we had to make mistakes in real life, only then not to repeat them or repeat them. So instead of like actually hurting people in real life, we learn all these things in a space that is safe, that is comfortable, is within our control, so that once we do interact with people in real life, in other social situations, we don't hurt people, we don't make people sad, or we make people misunderstand certain situations, offend people in certain situations. It's just how I feel sometimes, because I get this feeling of, I'm glad I'm not someone who would use this ability to hurt people. I don't know. It's what you're describing feels like a what people would be called as intrusive thoughts. I think it's called intrusive thoughts. Like, you can realize that this thing, if you do it in a different way, it's actually exploitable. It's actually, you can be abused or something like that. Every good thing, every good person, every good deed can be viewed as something you're doing it for ulterior motives. I think that it's not something that it's rare to think about, right? Especially for adults, where when we take actions, it's not solely just through our emotions or instincts. When we make decisions, normally we would consider them for a significant amount of time before we take them. We take those actions, right? We always have to weigh in the pros and cons of our actions before we do something, right? So I would say it's a good thing that you are able to think of the consequences rather than blindly thinking what you are doing is good or right. Right? You have the ability to know, you have gained the ability to know what is to be done or not to be done before you do it. If that makes sense. If that makes sense. Anyhow, right, just more stuff. Right, so you ask the game master a single question about something or someone that is part of a scene. The game master answers truthfully if there was no predetermined answer. The game master invents one on the spot, and the answer becomes truth from this point on. Right, this is very similar to other systems, where if you score critical, you can gain more things in a social encounter, even, or different kinds of encounter. One creature of choice suffers a status effect: dazed, shaken, slow, or weak. Fill or erase 2 sections of clock. No idea what is clock? Add 1 emotion to one of your bonds, or create a new bond with 1 emotion. Do-do-do. 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 Do-do-do-do. Right, let's see. Spending Fabula points to alter the story. You already know the Fabula points can be spent to reroll dice and improve the result during the checks, but there's a third way to use them. A player may spend one Fabula point to introduce a narrative element or alter the scene to their advantage. This follows a few basic rules. If the change you propose affects something introduced by the Game Master or by this scenario, you will need the Game Master's permission. Similarly, if the change you propose affects a player character, you will need the corresponding player's permission. You cannot contradict a narrative element introduced by yourself or by someone else. You should add something to the story, not remove something. This is very complicated, and I don't think this is something that a quick starter should really have at this point. Any mechanical consequences of the narrative element, such as the damage or status effects, are exclusively determined by the Game Master. Okay, that's fair, that's fair. For instance, a player might spend a Fabula point to declare that the villain is secretly another player character's father. But to do so, they will need permission from both the Game Master who introduced that villain and the player who controls that player character. Another example would be spending a Fabula point to have an arcane mechanism short-circuit and fill the battlefield with static energy. Game Master might decide this translates to 10 bolt damage to every creature, or a vulnerability to bolt damage for all creatures until the end of the current round, but that's their call to make. The player cannot request a specific effect. Given the amount of freedom this rule brings to the table, we understand it can be a bit intimidating, especially for the Game Master, who needs to reconcile the game player's narrative description with the mechanics of the game. Because of this, we have provided a few examples of what could be done with Fabula points and how the Game Master could handle it mechanically. Allies. If the group introduces one or more allied creatures who can fight alongside them, those creatures should attack once per round, and maybe take 1 or 2 hits in place of a player character before retreating. Keep things simple. Damage. If a narrative element deals damage to a single creature, it should deal 20 of an appropriate type. If it deals damage to multiple creatures, it should deal 10 damage to each. Status effect. If a narrative element hinders one or more creatures' ability to perform well in the scene, you should simply have those creatures suffer a status effect that feels appropriate, such as poisoned, or toxic fog, or slow, or damaged armor that gets in the way of their movements. Elemental tricks. If a narrative element would change the type of damage dealt by an attack or spell, or give one or more creatures resistance or vulnerability to an element, that effect should last for a single round at most. New conflict actions. 3 new actions. So those are Fabula point usage. It's very... Opportunities and Fabula points are very similar. Right. Fabula points, I guess it's something you can spend. Opportunities are more of a critical success thing that I would say is... It happens much rarer. But still, both of them are very flexible in that they can be anything. Which is, I would have to say, if anyone is like starting out as a game master, it would be best not to lean in too much on Fabula points, or just make things very simple in terms of what Fabula points can be used and what opportunities can be done, what can effect. Anyhow, new conflict actions. 3 new actions become available during conflicts. Inventory, objective, and study. Also, there are not just 4 actions, apparently there are 7 actions. So these are inventory, objective, and study. You spend inventory points to create a remedy, elixir, or tonic and administer that item to yourself or an ally of your choice. How? Doesn't say. Doesn't tell. Remedy, elixir, or tonic. But there's probably stats for these things. Objective. You attempt to make progress towards a main objective or side objective within the scene. First, you should describe what you want to accomplish to the Game Master. Then, the Game Master decides whether a simple check will be enough to achieve your goal, or if a clock is needed. In Fabula Ultima, we use clocks to keep track of approaching dangers or long-term objectives which require multiple checks. And so these are clocks. So there's like a timer, like a doom timer, like a bomb that will detonate or something. But instead of like a danger, it's more something that you have to achieve. Or not just for dangers, but also objectives. For instance, if the hero tries to persuade the enemy to a truce, the Game Master should use a clock to represent the group working together towards that goal during the scene. Clocks generally feature 4 to 12 sections and are always visible to the entire table. Larger clocks indicate events that are unlikely to happen or objectives that are hard to achieve. Once a clock is part of a scene, anyone can attempt to influence it by performing the objective action and describing what they do. The Game Master will decide the attributes and difficulty level of each check based on the circumstances. Interesting. I'm trying to think whether these actions are specifically just for combat, but I don't think it's just for combat. It could be for other things as well. When the outcome of the check causes the clock to advance or turn back. Oh, we can turn back! The number of sections that gets filled or erased is equal to 1 plus 1 for every 3 points. That the result of the check beat the difficulty level. As an example, a result of 15 on a check with a difficulty level of 10 made to advance a clock will fill 2 sections. One for the success and another for beating it by 3 points. Okay. 4 section clause indicate minor objectives, such as granting your allies resistance to a specific damage type for 2 or 3 rounds. Ooh. So they are adding a bit more complexity into combat with this clock system. 6 and 8 are common indicative major objectives, such as preventing an enemy from using a specific attack or spell until the end of the scene. Oh, yeah, I can see the clocks as something that is inspired from JRPGs, where there's like a timer where enemy is going to use an ultimate attack and you're trying to, well, most of the time you can't cancel the attack. But in this case, in this game, you can actually cancel the enemy's objective, I guess. Very interesting though. So, wait. This is very complicated too. how would you use this clock system in a combat? Starting it out at full, if that's or starting the clock at full and then you have to reduce it from then, or starting it empty and then increasing as the term goes by. Interesting. 10, 12 resolutive objectives which are in a conflict with a victory for the side who completed them. Also, it doesn't say. Wait, I check whether enough to achieve a goal or if a clock is used. It doesn't say you're only. There's only one clock. You can only have one clock. You could have more clocks. Maybe one clock for the enemy, one clock for your own self. Interesting. Yeah, this is something that is not. I don't think there's. You can find this in anywhere else. At least in the most popular systems. When you establish a clock, remember to tie it to an objective, not a specific approach. This way, anyone can contribute regardless of their attributes and skills. While some approaches will undeniably prove more effective than others, you should never frame a clock in such a way that one or more players feel like they can do nothing to influence it. Clocks are an extremely flexible tool that allows you to find many creative solutions for the same situation and pursue side objectives within the scene. For instance, you could run a chase scene where the pursuers and the fugitives each have their own clock. Yeah, that's what I say. On an audience where two opposing sides have clocks of different sizes because one already enjoys the favor of the public. Experimenting with clocks is one of the most satisfying aspects of Fabula Ultima. Yeah, I do notice that it's very unique though. Study. This is another action you can use. You focus your attention on a creature and perform an
hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. Alright. Let's see. Focus. Attention on a creature and perform insight check to learn more about them. Depending on your result, the game master reveals. Oh, okay. 10 or higher creature species, maximum HP, maximum MP. This is I think this is a very JRPG thing as well, where you have a skill or have a spell that allows you to understand or the stats of a creature. The creature species maximum here 13 or higher. So there's no difficulty check, rather once you roll this high, you get to find out this thing or this thing or this thing. All the above plus the creature's traits, attributes, defense, magic, defense, damage resistance and damage vulnerabilities. 16 or higher, all the above plus the creature's attacks and spells. A player character may only study the same creature once. After you made a check, that's what you have managed to understand. You will have to learn the rest through trial and error. Okay, so that's how they balance it out. But one player can do it, other players can do it as well. In Fabula Ultima, adversaries have traits just like player characters do. If you play as the game master, take this into account when establishing the difficulty level for checks or assigning situational modifiers. For instance, if a player character wields a fire-infused weapon and attempts to intimidate an enemy with an afraid of fire trait, the difficulty level of the check should be low. The previous conflict featured simplified Simplify enemy profiles which do not include traits. In the following scene, enemies will have traits just like in the full game. Okay. Villains and Ultima points. Alright, let's read about villains. Okay. A good villain is always connected in some way to one or more player characters. For instance, Desdemona. Blah blah blah. Okay, no need to read that. In Fabula Ultima, players will create characters with heroic goals and motivations, and the game master will create villains who negate or subvert those very same goals and motivations. The clash between conflicting visions is the true heart of this game. Just like the heroes have Fabula points, villains have a resource of their own called Ultima points. So, heroes have Fabula, villains have Ultima. After performing a check, if the villain didn't roll a fumble, they may spend 1 Ultima point to invoke one of their traits and reroll one of both dice and use the new result. During a conflict scene, a villain may use an action and spend 1 Ultima point to instantly recover from all status effects and regain 50 mind points. Wow. A villain may spend 1 Ultima point to leave the scene safely, preventing anyone from interfering with their escape. You can also do this upon being reduced to 0 HP. Ultima points are powerful, but villains cannot recharge them, and a villain with no Ultima points becomes just like any other non-player character. Villains can be minor, major, or supreme. They have 5 ultimate points each. Okay. They are elite enemies. Count as 2 normal enemies of the same level. Elite enemies have twice as many HP as normal and perform 2 turns per conflict round. In this conflict, we suggest instance, let's say there are 4 players and they manage to succeed on the initiative group. Turn order during each round would be PC, Desdemona, PC, Tristan plus Tristan. Okay. Interest of game balance. If there are only 3 player characters in the group, it suggests you only have Desdemona. Okay. The battle against the during the scene. If a non-player character falls to 0, their fate is decided by whoever dealt the final blow. They might flee, captured, or die. Villains with at least 1 Ultima point will almost always spend it to safely leave the scene, usually cursing the heroes and plotting revenge. Ooh, if a player character falls to 0 HP, they may surrender or sacrifice themselves. The character loses consciousness, receives 2 Fabula points, and suffer a narrative consequence imposed by the game master. See samples consequences of surrendering below. The consequence might be tied to the current conflict or something completely unrelated. Suffice it to say, the world got a bit worse because the hero accepted defeat. The character who surrenders cannot be killed and will awaken at the start of the next scene they are part of, with an amount of HP equal to half their maximum. Okay. Sacrifice. The character loses their life, but achieves a major victory within the scene. The player and the game master narrate this epic moment together. We encourage you to go overboard with your description because the character will be permanently lost after this scene. They willingly gave up their life and cannot be brought back from the dead. Ooh, this is nice. They can actually decide whether you want to die or not. Your fate is in your own hands, as they say, I guess. Interesting. But it doesn't say what this major victory is, so it can be anything. Game mechanic wise? Or even... well, this is very interesting. They are leaving a lot of power to the player in this sense. Like, I mean, I can see that this can be abused in some way. If a person doesn't care their character, right? They can just, I'll just make a character that's whoever it is. If their HP goes to 0, they will die. They will die, and there's something epic will happen. And maybe they will decide in the campaign their character will die in every session. Okay, sample of consequences of surrendering. Something or someone the character holds dear is lost, stolen, or severely damaged. The character is separated from the group, captured, stranded, or desolate island, on a desolate island, dragged away by a monster, and so on. The character erases their current theme and replaces it with anger, doubt, guilt, or vengeance imposed by the game master. Yeah, so all these consequences is done by the game master. The character erases one of their bonds and replaces it with a bond towards a character chosen by the game master. This bond starts with one emotion: hatred, inferiority, or mistrust. Okay. And then we get to make a major move. A village is conquered, a precious artifact is taken, a terrible ritual is completed. The seal on an ancient evil is broken, and so on. Just by one character surrendering? That's really major. That's really serious though. I would think that if all the characters surrendered, this would happen. But apparently, you only need one character for that to happen. Okay, this is a scene. Scene. Other information, enemy tactics. Conclusion. You have reached the conclusion of this tutorial scenario. You should narrate this final scene together. When we see our heroes rising from what's left of the building, what they are doing, what they have lost, who is helping who, what emotions can we see in their eyes. Treat this like the closing scene of the pilot episode for an anime series. It should evoke a feeling of adventure, hope, and expectations towards the future, but also foreshadow a new threat. For instance, blah 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 blah. After all, it's always cool to end a play session with a cliffhanger. This is a good time to end the play session and maybe chat a bit about the game. Needless to say, your story doesn't have to end here. Blah 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 blah. If you want to keep playing with these characters and see where your story goes, you can download a free PDF pack with advice and ideas. Okay, your story will continue on FabulaUltima.com. Okay, in order to teach you the rules, this tutorial included pre-made characters and a partially predetermined world and largely linear story. Once the core book for Fabula Ultima is in your hand, the players and the game master can take all these aspects into their hands and create a unique experience together. So what's different? How does it work? Well, here are a few highlights. Your world. You will create a fantastic world together. Places like Dunova, the creator of the Order Empire, will be something you invented at your table, placing them on a shared map. You will define the world's major historical movements and threats, providing the seeds which will then blossom into your adventures. Then session after session, your world will grow, and its map will become rich with interesting and dangerous locations. Your characters. Players will each design a heroic character, define that character's traits and bonds, and choose a custom list of powerful abilities that give them a unique playstyle. the Game Master will create powerful villains whose desires and machinations will threaten the entire world. Enemies will act as dark mirror to the heroes' hopes and beliefs. Your story. Player characters drive the story forward, scene after scene, setting their goals and facing the obstacles on their path together. The Game Master will react to the player characters' choices and introduce enemies and obstacles, and keep the pressure high and prevent a group from easily achieving their goals. Growth and change. Above all, the full game will allow you to level up your characters and see them grow more powerful and complex. But at the same time, they will have to risk more and more in what they hold dear in order to make the world a better place. This cycle of growth and transformation, victory and defeat, is the true heart of Fabula Ultima. Embrace it, and your story will be unforgettable. Okay, so that's it for this book. So, great. I would say this is, if I were have to rate this book, I would rate it 8 actually. I would rate this book at 8. In terms of a quick starter, it's very simple, very easy to understand. I feel like the character sheet in itself is also very easy to understand after reading through the basic rules, right? We have the attributes and status here, very easy to understand. D8, D6, D10, D10. We have the status effect as well. I'm not sure why this is like that. Oh, because it affects... Oh yeah, this is very convenient to understand. So slow affects dex, daze affects insight, but enrage affects both dex and insight. And weak affects might, shaken affects willpower, poison affects both might and willpower. And we have traits. Princess without a kingdom, guilt, America, origin, bonds. Yeah, so one person can have 3 emotions. 1 person, 1 bond. 3 bonds at max. And we have Fabula points. Gain 1 Fabula point when you roll a fumble and whenever instructed by the scenario. Inventory points. I have no idea what this is. Yeah, I don't think I've been explained what inventory points are. I mean, I've been explained to how to use inventory as an action. Other than that, they don't explain it. Right, inventory. You spend inventory points to create a remedy, elixir, or tonic. So does the character sheet tell me how to make one? It doesn't. It does? Spend inventory points to create and use a remedy. It is on yourself or someone else. Yeah, probably say it's mentioned in there somewhere. And I'm assuming one is supposed to recover from status, one recovers from HP point, and one recovers from MP points. Right. Very good here. Status. Character sheet. Oh, sorry. It's over here. I'm blind. The inventory points are here. I'm truly blind. Okay. 3. One recovers 50 HP. Stretch. Oh, stretch. Ugh. Let me stretch. So 3 inventory points is a remedy. And a remedy recovers 50 HP. And elixir is 3 inventory points. One creature recovers 50. Tonic 2. Yeah, I guessed it. But now the question is, how do you recover inventory points? Or is it like it gets replenished after a scene? Yeah, doesn't say that. Doesn't say anything about recovering inventory points. Zenith, I'm guessing this is money. Hit points, mind points, initiative modifier. Do not know why. Why is this -2? Right, unless you're telling me because of Dex is the lower, is D6, that's why it's -2. No idea. Also no idea why defense is 9 or magic defense is 12. Defense equal to Dex +1 and magic defense equals to insight +2. -2 initiative already added. Oh, because of the robe. It's -2 because of the equipment. Oh, but why? What about the Dex thing though? Dex is D6. I'm trying to reverse engineer this. Dex is D6, so nope, I have no idea. 6 + 2 + 1. Where's the +2 from? Oh, +2 is from the bronze shield. Oh, okay. So Dex is just the maximum dice value. Shield, yeah. The shield is +2. And inside, so inside is, I'm guessing it's D10. And the Sage Robe gives +2, so that's why it's 12. Alright. Very simple indeed. And I like that, you know, they give icons for this, for the equipment. And I believe my friend told me that the actual rulebook, the full rulebook also has an inventory list of all the items, and all the items have icons for them as well. So, interesting. Right. No, the thing I don't like about rulebooks like Pathfinder and D&D is that they don't have icons for the for the items that they list out. So I have a problem with imagining how they look. Like when they refer something like a hemp rope. How does a hemp rope, a 50 feet hemp rope look like? No idea. Then you have skills. So skills are things that consume either HP or MP. So for this character, it's like a bard. So they have a skill called Encourage. Love it. Gonna have to make your character sheets digitally, but that's not too bad to do nowadays. Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. I mean, if you're like good with Photoshop, the Photoshop is essentially like a very customizable character sheet. During a conflict scene, you may use an action and spend 5 mind points to choose another creature that is able to hear and understand you. That creature gains 10 hit points and chooses dexterity, insight, might, or willpower. So I'm not the person who is choosing it. Once I choose the creature, alright? Spend 5 points of mana. They gain HP. Also, no, I think I choose it. Maybe. I don't think they choose it. Them choosing it would be pretty weird. creature treats the chosen attribute as being one die size higher, up to the maximum size of d12, until the start of your next turn, or until the end of the scene, whichever happens first. Ah. This is a good bard. This is a good bard skill. It both heals you as well as increases your stats. Lux, offensive spell, up to 3 creatures. 10 MP per target. Magic check, inside willpower. Each target hit by this spell suffers HR plus 15 light damage. Very simple, very simple. How many MP does this character have? 60. So if we don't talk about encourage, Lux, you can cast Lux for, well, 2 times if you target 3 creatures, or minimum 6 times. But quite a lot of damage, it seems. Then we have Flash of Insight. If you roll a 13 or higher when performing the study action, you may ask the Game Master a single question about the target of your investigation. The Game Master answers truthfully. If there was no predetermined answer, Jane invents one on the spot and answers becomes the truth from this point on. Ah. You may not know which stat would help the target best at the time compared to the player themselves. I think you might know, or can you communicate this? That's one thing, right? We don't know whether this it's considered meta gaming or not. Whether you can communicate whether the other player can tell you choose Dex or choose Insight or choose Might or choose Willpower, right? It might not be allowed, might be allowed, depending on the group. Since then again, this is really similar to, they're trying to do things like really similar to JRPGs, so it might be possible that you can meta game in this way. Right, then we have Heal, up to 3 creatures, 10 MP per target. Each target immediately recovers 40 HP, so this is like the buffer, the healer, and all that such. And we have Inventory, Objective, attempt to make progress towards a goal in a scene. Well, okay, so this is just like a reference to tell you what you can actually do as part of actions. So there's total of 7 actions you can do: attack, guard, spell, skill, inventory, objective, study, and you can only do 1 action. The way it's worded, they would choose it for themselves. Yeah, the way it is worded is like, I cast the spell, but the creature themselves think of the stats they want to choose. Yep, so that's pretty much it. I'm just going to look through the stats that they have. So this character also has Sage Robe, also uses a heavy spear. But this one, well, Sage Robe isn't good for for initiative apparently. Defense is a bit higher, magic is lower. It's probably because the dex is higher. Dex is D10, yeah. And it has a heavy spear, plus 12, yeah, deals a lot of damage. Plus 1 to accuracy check. Skills, Bone Crusher. After you hit a creature with your heavy spear, you may choose to deal no damage. If you do, choose one option. That creature suffers dazed, or that creature suffers weak, or that creature loses 20 mind points. And this skill doesn't cost any. This skill doesn't cost any HP or MP. Interesting. So there are skills that doesn't cost anything. It just changes the effect of your attack. Soaring Strike. Yourself. As part of the same action used to cast this spell, you may perform an attack with your heavy spear. This attack is a melee attack, but it may target flying enemies and would deal 5 additional damage. Okay, so flying enemies, you can't target flying enemies as with melee attack. So this is like a skill specifically to fight flying enemies, nothing else. But the way it's worded, right, it's funny to me in a sense. For a lawyer to see that the first part they say, as part of the same action you use to cast this spell, you may perform an attack with your heavy spear. So in a way, it's like, yes, you can cast this spell, but you don't have to attack. So you can spend 10 MP on with this spell, but don't attack. Why though? Why is it worded like that though? This attack is a melee attack. They may target flying enemies and will deal 5 additional damage. So yeah, you can still also quite weird. You can use this spell to attack enemies that are not flying as well. So you could just potentially waste 10 MP just to make a normal attack. And we have Elemental Weapon. One weapon equipped by you or by one of your allies. Okay. Cost 10 MP. How much MP do you have? 50. Not bad. There's a lot. All damage dealt by the targeted weapon becomes of the chosen element until the end of the scene. You may end this effect whenever you want. If you cast this spell on the same weapon again, the new element overrides the previous one. If you cast this spell on your heavy spear, you may perform an attack with it as part of the same action used to cast this spell. Ooh, okay. So if I cast it on myself, on my own weapon, I can both imbue it with elemental power and attack at the same time. That could be useful if there was an ability that benefited you when you burn MP or have low MP as a way to spend some. If it's possible to combo skills, yeah, then it would make sense. But I would say that's a very... you have to be... yeah, you have to see what actually is able to combo with that possibility. Unless it is an actual oversight from them in how they worded it. Now we have the gun, we have the pistol user. But this person has a lot more inventory points for some reason. Doesn't really say why. Okay, pistol. Travel garb. Also -2 to initiative. Oh, but this one is -1 at the end. Why is that though? Why is that? Doesn't say. Dex is D10. Is it because of the dex? I don't think so. Defense equal to dex +1. And the rune shield +2. That's why it's 13. Magic defense +1 and +3. Okay. Maybe it's a class thing. That's the thing with this character, this quickstarter character sheet. It doesn't say their class on anything, and probably it's a thing in the full rule book, but it's not a thing in the quickstarter. Maybe in the glossary. Unfortunately, there's no glossary in this quickstarter. Right? There's a quick rules reference where the pages are, but doesn't make sense. Well, I'll only be able to know once we have the full rulebook. Characters who had a small glossary. This, nah, doesn't say anything. This only tells you what is HR, what is fumble, what is critical success, what is die size, what is vulnerable, and what is resistance. Wait, where is it? Where? We are down here. Let's go back to Edgar. Like, they don't tell you why the inventory points is higher than normal as well. Yeah, it's a very, very small cheat sheet. Just like the ones over here where they explain what the actions do. Alright, any case, let's move on. Barrage. When you attack with your pistol, you may spend 10 mind points. If you do, you may attack 2 creatures at the same time. Perform a single accuracy check and compare it to the defense of both targets to determine which of them are hit by the target. Attack. The effects of the attack are the same for each target, so you can shoot 2 enemies at the same time. Warning shot. After you hit 1 or more creatures with your pistol, you may choose to have the attack deal no damage. If you do choose one option, each creature hit by the attack suffers shaken, or each creature hit by the attack suffers slow, or each creature hit by the attack loses 20 mind points. So this is something like the spear user has as well, where instead of dealing damage, you can deal status effects or minus the mind points. Potion Rain. When you spend inventory points to create and use a remedy elixir, you may choose to use that item on 2 creatures instead of 1. If you do, the item only restores half the normal amount of hit points or mind points to each creature. Oh, okay. Useful. Right, the last character. Levine. Fulbright. Might has D10. Princess without kingdom. America origin. HP 70. Ooh, initiative -3. So all this is correct, right? The equipment makes the initiative minus, as we saw. Maybe it's a typo. I don't think it's a typo. I don't know. Who knows? Great sword. Okay. Defense equal to 11. So it's kind of like D&D, where heavy armor doesn't give you doesn't get bonus from dex. And magic defense equal to a +1. Okay. Okay, skills. As long as you have 35 hit points or less, your attacks deal 6 additional damage. Ooh. This is like a berserker kind of skill. The lower your HP, the higher damage. During a conflict scene, Shadow Strike. If you have at least 6 hit points, you may use an action and spend 5 hit points to form a Shadow Strike. You perform a normal attack with your great sword. As this attack deals 6 additional damage, and all damage dealt by the attack becomes the dark type. Okay. So this is like using your HP to deal additional damage. And we have Protect. When another creature becomes the target of an attack, spell, or other danger, you may take their place. Any checks that are part of the danger, such as accuracy checks or magic checks, will be performed against you instead of the original target. You may declare the use of this skill before or after the checks have been made. If the danger already affected you, it affects you twice. Resolve both instances separately. You also cannot protect multiple creatures from the same danger. If you use this skill during conflict, you cannot use it again until the next start of your turn. This is like guard, but instead of using it during your turn, you can use it when it happens during an enemy's turn. And so if they are like targeting you as well as the person that is protecting you're protecting, instead you get attacked twice. Yeah, okay. Kinda makes sense. It's a out of turn skill, kinda worse than guard, because when you do guard, you you don't get hit twice because they can't target twice. That's only for guarding, for melee attacks only. Yeah, very simple character. Right. Well, this is the most easiest character sheet I've ever read. There's nothing in it, which is good. It's good. Also, I think I haven't commented about this, but they do. Apparently, their character sheet has like pronouns for you to put in. Good for them, being progressive. Right? I saw the first character having pronouns of they, them, I believe. Yeah, they, them. That's a martial for you, yeah. High HP, just attack. But it does seem from this is moving away from talking about the book now, because I spoken to my friend about this game. She has the rule book and everything. It there's a lot more things you can do in the actual rulebook. Because this game doesn't have like actual class system, like they don't have a name for the classes, I think, or that it's more like there's no restrictions for what classes you can choose. There's nothing like Pathfinder where you have to choose this class in order to be eligible for this class. You can mix and match any class, and you can mix more than 2 classes apparently. So you get all kinds of different skills and such. And it doesn't make your character worse if you multi-class in that way. Apparently, they kind of have a system in place where you are encouraged to multi-class into all types of different things, so that you have an endless possibility of a type of character. But that is what I heard. I have not gone through the actual rule book itself, right? She has borrowed it, lent it to me. I have not gone through it yet, but I feel like I'm very interested in reading it through, reading through of that. But unfortunately, I can't read that one on stream because it's something the original author said they don't allow. So it's something I will read whenever I have free time to read through. And who knows? I might be interested in running this. It's a one-off quick starter, just to see if it's easy to run, as well as if people are interested in this kind of RPG, JRPG. So yeah, let's see, it's 3. Yeah, we can wind down a bit. We'll wind down a bit with Slay the Spire for maybe an hour like that, and we'll call it a day. But yeah, thank you for this weird special stream where I read through a quick starter of a TTRPG. I'm not sure if I'll be doing this more in the future, because this is I just so happen to be able to get permission to read through this. But yeah, if anything, it'll be in an actual session I'll be playing. Interested in taking a look at this TRPG? I'll share the link. Of course, you know, it's very easy to find this game, but oops. Here's the link if you like it. If you like what you see, you can go in there. Also, do take note, I have a giveaway ongoing right now for all Twitch subscribers. The link is pinned in the Twitch chat. If you're interested in joining, we only have 1 day left. There's only 1 day left for people to join. It's very easy to get a chance to win, because not only 2 people will be selected, it's only selected from a pool of subscribers. So that's that. Anyhow, let's close this now. But if I do run this game, run the TTRPG, it's going to be interesting. I would like to learn pixel art. I would like to learn pixel art to run this game. There's so many things I can do. I don't know if I have the skills to do it though. That's one thing. Make maps in RPG Maker. Not making maps, pixelated maps. Oh man, it's out of my out of my expertise. I'm a really bad map maker. But characters, monsters, maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I can do those things instead. Oh no, my mouth? Oh, my mouth is moving. Yeah, I tried learning how to make maps, you know, through those through videos and such. I have no idea, or I have no patience to make maps. I just simply had a when I ran my campaign, I like, you know, this is roughly where things are. This is I didn't even color it or anything. Right, I've been trying really hard to use this character, but I've been failing very all the time. Okay, I'm gonna have to go now. I stayed up way later than I was supposed to. Alright, Sam. Good night, good night. Alright. Thanks for hanging around. And hope to see you when I see you. Have a good rest of your stream. Alright. You too. You too. See you when I see you. Goodbye. Okay. Pretty slow. Right, it's done. I think we should change the music. Because I'm sick of the Slay the Spire music. Might as well play a different thing. Upgrade a card, max HP, obtain cards, transform 2 cards. How about no? Lose my relic. If I lose my relic, man, it would be even worse. Well, you know, if I want to say the worst starting relic of the entire game, I'm gonna say this takes the top spot. Anyways, let's do this. Here I am playing Slay the Spire. I've lost count of how many times I've lost playing this stupid game. This is a very hard character to use because there's so many things that doesn't make myself really powerful. There's no combo that makes me very powerful in a short time, or able to let me survive a very short time, or like one turn. Right, this card sucks. I don't know why this exists. Draw 2 cards. All cards in your hand become ethereal. Why would I want my cards to become ethereal? It's not. It deals 7 damage if the enemy has soul burn. Gain 6 block. Yeah, this is a good card. Right, this does damage as well as block. If there's soul burn, of course. Remove a card. Yes, of course I will remove a card. See, I don't get. Oh, thank you for the raid, Ambi. Long time no see, Ambi. Oh boy, that's a lot of bunnies. That's a lot of bunnies. How are you? How are you, H? How are you? Hello. Oh, but you were playing Wind Waker. How was Wind Waker? How far are you in the game though? And hello everyone, I am Jake Light, gaming lawyer at your service. Right, I'm a real life lawyer as well. If you have any legal questions you want to ask, feel free to do so. But right now I'm sick. I'm still sick from COVID. But can't stay in bed forever. I have to do something, alright? I'm literally like living in a prison cell because I can't go anywhere. So but steady progress. Hope your stream is going well and hope you feel better soon. I do hope so. As a lot of phlegm. If you can hear me, all the rumbly and gurgly sound that I make. Right, it's not because of my my voice. My voice is not usually like this. And yeah, I'm playing Slay the Spire. It's a very addictive game and also very frustrating game currently. Okay. Kindle. I find it very difficult to do commentary as well for this game because my brain can't switch from talking about it and also trying to stay alive. Have you played this game before? Have anyone played this game before? The people who just came to raid. It's a very popular deck building game. Nope. Oh, you're missing out, Ambi. You're missing out. Right now I'm playing a mod of it though. Normally you don't use this thing. You normally use a person of sorts, right? The mod I'm using is instead of like progressing through the levels, I'm progressing through the levels. I'm climbing down, as they say, because I'm using a boss to fight the heroes that are trying to climb up the spire, hence the name Slay the Spire. There's so many games I want to try out, not enough time though. Indeed, that is always the problem. You miss me talking about the tabletop game called Fabula Ultima though. It was quite an interesting read through of a quickstarter TTRPG. Have you played TTRPG before? Ambi or Hinge? It's basically, if imagine Dungeons and Dragons combined together with Final Fantasy or something like that. That's what you get. Fabula Ultima. Don't think you have? Oh, I see. Well, I'll share a link over here. They have a free PDF for Quickstarter. Basically, inspiration comes from Bravely Default, Final Fantasy, the Octopath Traveler, all that stuff. As always, nope. Well, I'm going to read through it again in my spare time. Because it sounds to be very interesting. If you actually play any JRPGs, it's going to be of interest to you because it's very simple, very simple as far as I can tell, in terms of a tabletop RPG. And for person, for me, who has both played tabletop RPGs as a player and a game master, it's very easy. glung 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 glung. And yeah, I'm recovering. I feel I want to feel like I'm recovering, but I think I've stopped recovering yesterday or 2 days ago, where I still feel like, you know, I coughed less, but there's still so much of that liquid stuck in me. Maybe because I haven't like discharged all of it out of my body. That's why I haven't feel better yet. I don't know. Rip. Ouch. See, I'm starting to fail. This character is too weak. Too weak. The cards they have is useless. Keep resting and get your vitamins in you. Oh, I've been getting a lot of vitamins in me, I assure you. I've been eating so healthy because I can't choose what I eat. I'm very dependent on my family in providing me whatever food they're providing me. And I'm only eating 2 meals per day, and most of, like, 1/3 of the day is just me sleeping, or half of the day is just me sleeping. I slept 12 hours yesterday. Oh, I got cursed with slime. Hey boy. Oh no, I'm going to die. Ouch. Ooh, okay. I didn't get attacked because it slipped. You think the music in this game Abby, this is the music I'm playing is not the original music of this game. If you want to listen to it, I can turn it on for you, because I got sick of it, listening to it every day. And, you know, for you, I can turn it up. Okay, this is the music. It's very appropriate. It's very fitting. It's just, you know, I've been listening to this song for hours and hours. My wife plays it as well, so I've been listening to her play the song as well for hours and hours. So, not good. Good. Ghost shield. Uh-oh. Why am I not getting attacks? Annoying. So trying for anyone that's actually somewhat interested in the gameplay of this game, this fighting this merchant, normally you don't have to fight the merchant to start buying stuff, because I'm the villain, I'm the boss and the enemy, I have to fight him, and he always steals my money for a lot of time because his HP is goddamn high, and this monster sucks at dealing damage. Right, sometimes it's very good, sometimes it's very, very bad. But most of the time they suck. If the conditions are not right, the cards are not right, I don't know, man. I've tried all kinds of different ways to play this character, but all have been disappointing. Doesn't deal enough damage, doesn't block enough. How do I play this character? It's way worse than the previous characters I actually tried. Move the defend card. Yeah, let's just remove this because it's useless. Give me the extra MP, yeah, extra HP. Oh my goodness. I can only kill one, fortunately, with my amount of attacks. Yeah, blocked everything. Damn you. I can't even kill a thing. Oh bloody hell, I should. Oh man. Yeah, I even made mistakes myself. So how are you expecting me to complete this game, to complete this how do you say? This challenge? This round? This entire session? Whatever it is, I'm not going to be good at it. So it's pretty late right over there, Ambi. If you have to, you know, if Hinge and you have to be sleeping soon or resting, please do so, alright? Thank you for dropping by and raiding again. Ah, it's not dead yet. Good call, good night. Yeah. Good night, good night. See you when I see you, Hinge and Ambi. Right. Hopefully we're going to be meeting a lot more this year. This is our first time interacting, right? First time interacting this year. Bloody hell. Why are you giving me useless cards? I don't need useless cards, please. We do hope you get better soon. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Ambi. Oh bloody hell. I probably made a mistake. Strike. Oh no, I'm gonna get hurt. Hurt. Gonna get hurt again. Oh no, I should have not done that. Bow, 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 bow. Nice. Not nice. Why? No, I'm gonna get. No, you see? This is why this game is so good. Yay! Powered up. Automatically. Great. Speed running. Ooh, Ghost Flame Wall. Whenever you ignite a Ghost Flame, gain 4 block. Let's do that instead. Take this. Let's fight the boos. Ouch. I'll do attacks because that's the only thing I can do. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh no. I'm gonna get hurt. Ouch. This sucks. Oh no, I'm going to die. Almost dead. Almost dead. Isn't this fun? I'm dealing so little damage. I'm going to die now. Oh, I'm super dead. I'm super dead. $19. Yep, I'm super dead. Yep, so that's Slay the Spire. Thank you for... Yeah, so this is the gameplay. Oh man. How I hate the gameplay. Love at the same time. It's even more fun when you can play with other people. Okay, moral of the story. Too few defense cards is not a good thing as well. Or too few attack cards. Sorry. Pow pow. Upgrade 3 cards. Do I meet a merchant soon? No, there's one merchant down there. I have to remove that card. Duplicate a card. I'll duplicate this card. Ouch! Ouch! The good block card I have. I don't have a good block card. Attack, attack, attack. Yes. Lock. Let's go here. Ooh, yes. I want that relic. Oops, made a mistake. Yes. Ouch. I'm really good at calculating. I still do 1 damage. Arcana Visage. Oops. Why? Ouch. Hurt. Hurt you back. They escaped. What? Ouch. I'm half health now. Oh my goodness. Please. Give me something good. Anger and the mushroom. I'm going to take damage. Oh boy. Oh, one of them is going to die. Ugh. Yes. Boom, 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 boom. Boo-doo-boo, boo-doo-boo, boo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo. I didn't remove this curse card. Oh man. The LC cost 0. No, I don't have that kind of card. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts so much. Why you heal so much? Oh, Breath of Fire. Favorite music. Just die. Oh my god, so close. Oh my goodness. This is never ending. Stop healing. Oh man. Ouch. Oh man, it hurts. It hurts. Oh man, it's gonna hurt a lot more than that now. Ooh, nice. Oh, I'm going to die horribly because I made a mistake. You have cloak class as well. Going to burn, so burn. Ouch. It's gonna hurt. It did hurt. Oh. Oh boy. It's gonna hurt even more now. And it's always been a pain. It's going to be a pain. Ouch. Ouch. Oh god. almost died. I'm definitely going to survive, right? I'm 2. Coward. Yay! I win. I win the first one. Oh, this is bad. All of them are bad. Nice. Damn you. Okay, I can defend this. Nice. Defend, defend. I can't kill you. Move the Coast Guard. Five random potion. This story. Choose a card. Any card. Choose a card. Any card. Choose a card. Any card. Oh boy. None of them are good. Strike cards. Why not? Okay. Right. I can do this. Feeling lucky. good. Ooh. Yes. Here. Oh boy. Best option I can do. Ouch. Get him, boys. No, you. You will be the one who gets get. Bonk bonk. I'm gonna kill you. Oh no. Ooh. It did. It did. Okay. Stop. Okay, I guess. To get this. Die. Super day. Oh no. Oh, good thing I still have that blur. Okay, perfect. Yes. Nice. Not enough money. Doing the right mind, we lose 33 HP for that. Wow. Not enough. Booby, minimal. Ooh, that's good. That's good. There's no wrong mistakes. Almost. Oh, stupid shit. My calculations were off. Okay, okay. Yeah, why not? Ouch. Ouch. Yes. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, good, good. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Very good. Oh, I have to protect myself. Cute. Use a potion for that. Consume 2 ethereal cards. Exhaust. Eh. Again, if this this bullshit. Nice. Oh bloody hell, you. All the times you decide to defend. Decide to defend now. Yes. Okay. Very just enough. All that has been just enough. Die. I can't stand another elite attack, I think. Okay, this bastard. Boo, boo. Oh boy. You are healing from the mushroom. Come on, Q. Oh, sorry, my nose is itchy. Oh my goodness. Yes. Power. Ouch. I can defeat you. Maybe. Yay! Okay, this has been relatively easy. I don't want to how do you say, jinx myself. Need to fight the merchant because I need to remove cards and maybe get more relics. I don't have. I need to destroy. I don't have enough money. Annoying. Ouch. Boom, boom, boom. Bonk. Yes, power overwhelming. One damage. It's too much. Burn. No, got nothing. Got nothing. What? Oh, remove cards. I almost remove the good card. Fight! Uh-oh. Why you want me to tackle? Ow! Oof. 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 It's not good. Why you forsaken me? Ouch. Ouch. Not good enough. Ouch. I'm dead. Oh! Ben, no, save and quit. Do it. Can I leave? Yeah, this is the way, okay? This is the way. Leave. Yes. It's not a cowardly option, okay? There are cards that I need to remove. Boom, 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 boom. Upgrade random cards. Boom, 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 boom. Pow, just enough. Yes, I think I can win now. Tag. Boom, boom, explode. Right, destroy. Bang, 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 bang.
Hydrate.
Hey, doctor. Welcome. Hello. Good day to you. Good day. How are you? I'm sorry, I'm like tired and such. It's just how I sound. Full of phlegm. you know. Okay. Don't move. Ah, bloody hell. Meowdy, no way, so am I, even though I just woke up. You just woke up? What time is it over there? I feel like it's supposed to be night time though. You have night shift or something? 10 a.m. Oh, it's 10 a.m. over there. Okay. Good enough, not good enough. Ouch. Okay. Just don't really feel like getting up today. Okay. Good enough reason, I guess. Ooh. Right now I'm just playing Slay the Spire and winding down. Yes. Bonk me. No use. I have enough blocked. Boom, 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 boom. Ha 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 ha! I'm too powerful. Finally, I've got the best of all things. I think. So balance out now. Uh-oh. Okay. Do you know Dr. Mama? Do you know a Finnish VTuber that is like a penguin? The theme is penguin. Name is Ellie, I think. He plays Yakuza. Never heard, sorry, I see. Well, she does. It's kind of understandable. When she streams, your Purin stops streaming, I think. That's around the time she streams. Yeah, there's not many Finnish VTubers, I think. At least from the ones I know. Have heard of. This is not good at all. Poke you, poke you. Yes. Yes, boom, 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 boom. Ha ha ha. Yeah, wait, I win. There are a few I know, and one of them is pretty big, I think. Ooh. Again, the black slimes. And again, I don't have a proper defense. Almost. Oh, sorry, man. Cough just suddenly came up. Bonk. Oh, okay, good enough, good enough. I win. Power, I can feel the power coursing through my veins. If I win, it'll be end of it. Or if I lose, this will be the end of it. The end of the stream. I can kill, but I will lose. Better than, you know, taking the full brunt of the damage. Ouch! Do nothing. Yes. I'm getting being in relative safety somehow. Oh, finally, the goddamn. Am I able to kill you though? Ooh, 65. Ah, damn it. I can't kill it. Not good enough. No, no, no. No money. Stole my money. I don't have enough. Ooh. This thing. Right. Oof. Bong, 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 bong. Oh no. Ouch. Bong, 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 bong. Ouch. Ouch. That hurts. Not good, not good. Yes, yes. Useless. My enemy soul burn. Yeah, why not? Mod block, please. Okay, this might be my last chance. Ouchie. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh no, you're gonna hurt me. Ouch, 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 ouch. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boop, 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 boop. Then, oh my goodness. Move. It's going to die. It's going to die. To live. Yes. I feel good. We're going to fight the heart now. Good, good, very good. Also, I think I scheduled later tonight to play Ready or Not. I'm not sure if I can play Ready or Not because, you know, the wife has ordered me to sleep early. Oh no. Oh. Ah, don't hurt me. Oh. Ouch. Ouch. Defend, defend, defend. Bong, 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 bong. Bong, 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 bong. Almost. Almost killed one of them. Oh shit. Damn it. Ouch, ouch. I have to take the damage, eh? I'll take the damage. Heat crush. Hello, limit. Hello. How's my day been? It's going to be ending soon. It's been pretty good. Hello, hello. How are you? What brings you here though? Is it because of the Slay the Spire? Okay. Oh no! Oh, at least they are dead. At least they are dying. The bomb kills them. Ah, I'm almost winning. Is there a card that I want to remove now? Not really. They're all useful in their own way. Well, I can't get anything as well. New cards? No, it's fine. Let's rest. Yeah, let's rest. And now the fun begins. Am I able to kill you? Do, 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 do. Curse me. Curse you. Ethereal everything. They are already ethereal. Oh no, I got hurt. Okay. So far so good. Damn you, stop giving me those cards. Oh my goodness. Pong, 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 pong. Ooh, I totally forgot to drink that. Ouch. Always when heat crush comes, it's useless. Whoa! Well, you know, I'm gonna try again. This time remembering to use my potion. Okay. What's this actually? God of Life, heal 2, you can play a card. Then you only uses buff intention. Soul burn, invisible. Boom, 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 boom. So can't do damage. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's do this. Oh my god. Damn you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yep, I have no idea how to defend this. I guess I can't. It's almost impossible. I'm dead. Okay. Well, that's the end. I tried my best. It was the best run. No idea how to win with this character. Oh well. I tried my best and I'm getting hungry. Anyhow, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Tomorrow... tonight I'm not sure I'll be streaming, but tomorrow we'll be going back with Blake's Tale. And maybe we'll be finishing that story for tomorrow's stream. We'll see. And so whenever I end my streams, I will be seeing who we can raid, okay? Let's see who we can raid. Let's see. Have a few options. Oh man, there's 5 hours. Not a good option. 3 hours. Oh, everyone's feeling so for time already. Everyone's dreaming for a bit of time. Alright, this one is good. Let's do this. We'll be raiding Albie, okay? Right. Read message. Message 2. Okay. Goodbye everyone. Take care. Stay hopeful. Be critical. Bye-bye. Thank you for being here again. Thank you. Bye-bye. 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 University before college. No official proper education on any legal subjects. I have to take a law subject one semester, but my main is science. I'm like, what the heck? I know nothing. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You can't just have a semester to learn a subject. It involves everything. It involves type of law that we have to follow, we have to comply with, or we unawarely not complying with because we do not know about the laws, right? We don't know how to find the laws. We do not know how to check for it. We do not know whether we are breaching the law. If other people are breaching the law or not, most of us are just doing what everyone else is doing. That is how society seems to be working. A lot of things involve laws. Once we become adults, once we start working, we're supposed to automatically know what laws applies to us. We are supposed to, when we go look for jobs, we are supposed to know what our employment rights are. That's not possible. Nobody taught you. Nobody taught you where to look for employment laws. Nobody taught you how to do your taxes and what tax law is applicable to you. There's nobody told you how government works, why you are voting for, how are government making laws, all that stuff. Nobody has taught you. It all has been like by way of words only. Would you be able to research on how our government operate in its truer sense? Impossible, at least without some type of legal skills or legal knowledge, right? We learn no life skills in university. Yes, we learn nothing until university, and university depends on what you have picked. It's crazy how the world works, and we're supposed to, and at that age we're supposed to be able to drink, we're supposed to be able to vote, we're supposed to be able to do all adult things. Smoke or whatever. It's basically a formula or a recipe. We're literally still kids or still children. All this boils down to me saying is, right now, this is what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to get people to start thinking that legal skills and knowledge is actually a basic adult skill that everyone should have, right? Like this right now. Knowing how and what an agreement is, why is it important, and how an agreement is drafted, right? I would say this is a very basic skill.